Luckily, she was able to continue. 3 riders broke away. Tiffany Keep of Das Hutchinson, Madeline Leach of Hansing Alba Development Team and Smurfit Westrock's Lucy Gadd built up a lead of over 2 minutes. Keep won the sprint at Gisborough and she was out front on her own over the first climb of the day at Marske Hill, but the race was kicking off and she was soon swept up by the chasers. On the first pass through the finish line at Saltburn, Kristen Faulkner picked up 3 bonus seconds.
A throw for the line, well, try and separate them. A photo finish between Ferguson and Faulkner.
As the race hit Marske Hill for the second time, Mara Roldan of Team Picnic Post NL made the decisive move. Rihanna Marcus of Little Trek tried to bridge the gap, but coming up Saltburn Bank, the young Canadian still had an advantage.
And they say fortune favours the brave, and it's favoured Mara Roldan. It's exceptional the way that she's ridden, and nobody could do anything about it. Not Olympic champions, not national champions, and Roldan is going to win stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women.
In the general classification, Kristen Faulkner now leads by 4 seconds from Rihanna Marcus. Ali Wollaston is third at 12 seconds and Kat Ferguson is up to 4th, 14 seconds off the lead. Caroline Swinkles is 5th, then Megan Jastrab heads a group of 3 riders at 16 seconds.
It was a magnificent performance yesterday from Mara Roldan and Picnic Postenal, the way that the team rode. It was a huge shame for Kim LaCourt after that crash. She managed to finish. Let's hope that she's all right during stage 3. Well, Mara Roldan took a incredible victory, the biggest victory of her career thus far. Let's hear from the young Canadian rider from Picnic Postenal.
So yeah, I had a plan to try and attack on the steep part of that first longer climb at the beginning of the lap. My team did a really amazing job setting me up for that. They really pushed hard at the front, and yeah, I just had to take my moment when I saw the opportunity, and yeah, it was kind of motivating to get a gap immediately, and then I was kept updated on how the gap was growing, so I was just like, all right, it's now or never, and I just have to keep digging all the way to the finish, and yeah, it's a really special feeling to be winning here.
Well, a first visit to Kelso for the women's peloton in the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. We visited here in the past for the men's race. Exciting to be here in Scotland. Let's take a little look at what the riders have in store on the longest stage here at the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women.
The Scottish Borders stage marks the first time in women's tour history that the race has visited Scotland. Starting and finishing in Kelso, it's also the longest and hardest stage of this year's race, at 143.8 kilometres long with over 1,800 metres of ascending. Climbs at Scotsview, Dingleton and Dunion Hill will test out the peloton before they return to Kelso for the intermediate sprint. The riders then do a short loop, passing through Melrose and repeating 2 of the categorised climbs before racing to the stage finish on Kelso's cobbled Market Square.
The longer of the 4 stages, not just in distance, but also the toughest stage with 2,172 metres of elevation. It's certainly going to be a stage that could shake up in the general classification. And of course, we'll seal and wrap up that Queen of the Mountains jersey, the final opportunity for riders to pick up points across the mountains. You can see our leaders, our jersey wearers who are on the front row. There is Kristen Faulkner with the black jersey with the green jersey underneath. They're getting the countdown. In the red jersey, it's Mara Roldan of Picnic Postenal. In the blue jersey, Anuska Costa borrowing that jersey off the shoulders of Kristen Faulkner. And of course, in the white jersey, the 19-year-old British rider Kat Ferguson as the best young rider. Watch out for her in the white jersey. 102 riders taking to the start this morning. 5 riders not finishing the stage yesterday. It's a beautiful start. Take a look at the crowds that have come out here in Kelso. We've got a beautiful market town starting in the square. 4.9 kilometres of neutralised section before they'll officially get themselves underway. The riders starting in the square in Kelso. This is exactly where they'll finish. So for the teams, particularly for the team buses, they can remain where they are. They can get everything prepared for when the riders return. In the meantime, this is going to be a decisive stage here. Fight Queen of the Mountains for the riders to take on one intermediate sprint. Don't forget, bonus seconds on offer at that intermediate sprint and bonus seconds on offer at the finish line. Closer look at our Olympic champion, Kristen Faulkner, with the pink helmet, the gold glasses, the green jersey. She'll be feeling confident to try and defend that jersey, but she's certainly got some close competition from her rivals. Some of our British Continental teams at the front in the red and black jersey. That's Smurfit Westrock. We saw them in the breakaway yesterday with Lucy Gadd. Just alongside that team, you can see the blue jerseys, the blue and green jerseys of Das Hutchinson. Tiffany Keep had a wonderful performance yesterday. She won the most combative rider of the day, and there was no doubt about that. There you can see the Mauritian Champions jersey at the back, the white jersey with the multicoloured stripes around the chest. That's Kim Lecourt, former wearer of and former leader of this race. Great to see that she's been able to take to the start after that heavy fall earlier on in yesterday's stage. She was thoroughly checked over by her team and also the race doctors for any potential injuries. She managed to finish yesterday, and certainly not how she wanted to end her day in a leader's jersey. On the far left side in the white and blue jersey, that's the European champion, just going out of shot. That's Lorena Wiebes. The race hasn't gone her way either so far. The European champion suffering a crash yesterday with 27 kilometres to go into Saltburn. Well, it's all very calm. CJ O'Shea in the orange jerseys, one of our 5 British Continental teams, and Kat Ferguson sharing a word with the Olympic champion. She had some great support yesterday. Both her and Imogen Wolf had their friends from Yorkshire, from their cycling club, their old cycling club, to come and support, to come and cheer on. They had banners. It was really nice, and for both of those young British riders, they're relishing this opportunity, this chance to race on British roads. Well, the longest stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain women will shortly be getting underway after this neutralised section. Alongside me, Hannah Walker, is Hayley Simmons. Hayley, we've got a terrific stage on our hands today, because this is where we could see a shake-up in the general classification. We're certainly going to see a fight for the Queen of the Mountains jersey today, because there's no points available tomorrow when we head to Glasgow, and so there's going to be that fight. Everybody wants to try and take a jersey, and there's big points on offer. Absolutely, there are actually more points on offer today in today's stage alone than on the first 2 stages combined. So there really is the opportunity for someone who actually doesn't even necessarily feature in the standings already to take that jersey if they were, you know, so inclined to try to do so and had the legs to do so. But we mentioned it yesterday that I think the kind of race organisation has done such a good job in devising these stages, because the first stage was really exciting. You know, was the chasing group going to catch those 2 riders out front? Yesterday, obviously, we would never have called yesterday's stage winner at all. I think just the way that the roads are and how the route's been designed has led to some really exciting racing, and I think we're going to see more of that today, and then of course again tomorrow in Glasgow. I couldn't agree more with you. I couldn't agree more. I think they've done a really good job at making some open stages, unexpected stages. It's lent itself to very exciting racing, and I think it's also lent itself to the kind of racing where teams are willing to take a bit of a gamble, take a risk and to try something. And yesterday we saw that paid off. Absolutely, and we heard Mara Roldan say herself that, you know, it was her intention to kind of have a bit of a go, see what she could do on that categorized climb. But even she didn't necessarily think that she was going to manage to stay away and take the stage victory. But if riders are willing to kind of take the stage on and be aggressive and take risks and take chances, which the design of this course leads itself to, then, you know, you can see big rewards, as you said yesterday, big risk, big reward. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen today. I'm sure they had a little celebration last night, picking up Postonel with Mara Roldan, taking her first World Tour victory. Yeah, I think, you know, they will have been enjoying that sparkling wine. Hopefully she managed to take some back from the podium. Certainly, I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. Lamara Roldan. It's a new experience. She's won one smaller race in her young career so far, but this by far is the biggest. And before this year, she'd never even raced in a World Tour race.
No, absolutely. And I think I really love watching the kind of post-stage interviews with riders who maybe didn't expect to take the stage win, and and you can see what it means to her and just how excited she was, how much adrenaline she had. And the other thing that was great was also seeing two of her teammates roll over the line at the top of Saltburn Bank, a few minutes after she took the stage victory. And they'd obviously had the communication from the team car to say that she'd managed to win the stage, and just the kind of excitement and happiness on their faces that all of the work that they'd put in and the plan that they'd executed, everything had paid off, and as a team they'd achieved a really great result. So yeah, just the excitement, the enthusiasm, the congratulations, and the atmospheres between the teams is just really nice to see. And we also saw it on stage one, of course, with the stage victory when it went to Kim LaCourte, and the excitement and the celebrations between the AG Insurance Soudal team riders and also their director Danny Christmas.
Mightily impressive, mightily impressive. Sad news for that team yesterday, for AG Insurance Soudal, because it wasn't just Kim LaCourte who suffered a crash yesterday early on in the stage, but in the same crash where Lorena Wiebes crashed in the trees. We saw Lorena Wiebes, we saw Femke Marcus, also Dominika Wlodaszek, Anna Morris came down. It was Gladys Verhulst-Wild who also suffered a crash, sadly, and for the French rider, she's out of the race, and having been taken to hospital, been taken and examined, had a CT scan that revealed that Gladys suffered 8 fractured ribs, a pneumothorax, a collapsed lung, and a fractured humeral head. So, of course, the French rider is going to have to take several weeks of recovery, and sadly for her, she's out of the race. She was in some incredible form, and we wish her all the best to Gladys Verhulst-Wild. Well, we're approaching to kilometre 0 after this neutralised section. Rod Ellingworth, the race director, is out of the sunroof of the car with the yellow flag, just making sure that all of the riders are in the peloton, that nobody's had a problem in the duration of this neutralised section, and they're in the convoy. Nienke Veenhoven and Mira Carnarvon just sharing a word there on the right-hand side. Nina Berton on the far left side in the pink. There is Mira Carnarvon, the 20-year-old Dutch rider, daughter of Suez Carnarvon and Natasha van Oden. Suez Carnarvon, of course, a former winner of Paris-Roubaix back in the early 2000s. Just hearing on race radio that one rider was in the convoy just having some assistance. That was Zoe Backstead, number 51, the young British rider of Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto. She's rejoined the peloton now, and that would explain a little bit why we were just holding off from getting this this stage underway officially. I don't know if we'll have heard that on the race radio, that Zoe Backstead has rejoined the peloton.
Yeah, these neutralised sections, offer the opportunity for riders to just, if they do have a problem, they discover some kind of mechanical issue or something like that with their bike before the stage proper gets underway, then it gives them the opportunity to go back to the team cars, get anything sorted, get a spare bike or get some service, and the flag won't drop and the race official won't start until all the riders are together in the neutral zone.
Barbara Grishki, the Italian rider for SD Works Pro Time in this purple jersey, looking very relaxed, very calm. Let's see what they can do today, because this race hasn't gone their way, given the fact that Lorena Wiebes crashed yesterday from that front group. It didn't go their way on stage 1 either, because Lorena Wiebes was isolated. She took a bit of a gamble. She took a podium finish on stage 1 into red car. Let's see what they can do. Certainly her general classification aspirations are, you would expect and you would say, nigh impossible now. Maybe the goal is to try and go for stage victories.
I would say tomorrow's stage probably has her name written all over it.
Through kilometre zero, the flag is waved. Stage 3 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women is officially underway. The Scottish Border stage, the hardest and longest stage of the 4. Already we're starting to see a little bit of movement. Already CJ O'Shea wanting to try and make a little bit of an impact here. Let's see if they can try and force a breakaway. One of the continental teams. This looks like it's Emily Fortin. So Tiffany Keep in that blue and green jersey. She was the rider we saw yesterday in the breakaway. She was very prominent. Just covering the moves in the red jersey. That's Jo Tinley of Smurfit West Rock cycling team. The blue jersey of Anoushka Costa. She's the former Dutch road race champion of Uno X Mobility. She's in that blue jersey, sitting in 4th wheel. It's a big day for Anoushka Costa today. She wants to try and take home the Queen of the Mountains jersey, and given that we've got 5 Queen of the Mountains, several of those first categorised climbs coming with the big points, she's going to have to be very attentive, very alert in the early part of today's stage.
Yeah, she's currently on 15 points, so she sits 3rd in the standings. You've got Kristen Faulkner leading the standings on 18 points, and then Mara Roldan kind of snuck into the kind of leaders of that classification as well. She's in 2nd on 16 points. But as we've mentioned, there are a lot of points on offer today, and we also spoke yesterday about how Anoushka Costa is very well suited in terms of her physiological attributes for taking some of these QOM points. She's got that really good acceleration. On one of the climbs yesterday, we thought that she'd end up crossing the line 3rd, but actually she managed to accelerate at the very last minute and went past Lucy Gadd on the line to take slightly more points than we thought she might. So, she's a very good rider, very experienced rider, and I would say if she can position herself well, then she stands a really good chance of picking up more points today.
I think so as well, and she's a rider, when you take a look down, she's 4 minutes and 51 seconds down in the general classification, currently 39th overall. She's no big threat in the general classification to Kristen Faulkner, and so perhaps if a breakaway does go and she can get herself into it,
I think
there won't be any alarm bells ringing depending on the time gap.
I think she'll be looking to try and get herself into a breakaway today. We've seen her do it before in other races, and we could see there, when the rider from CJ O'Shea was trying to start that move, Anoushka Costa was right on her wheel. So I think she is looking to get into a breakaway because, as you mentioned, the team of EF Education Oatly, they're not going to be concerned about a breakaway going that has riders in that are several minutes down in the classifications. They're really not interested in that Queen of the Mountains jersey. They're interested in the general classification jersey, so that's what they'll be protecting for Kristen Faulkner. And actually it's kind of in their interest if a breakaway does go up the road and, for example, stays away for the intermediate sprint, because then the bonus seconds that are on offer for the intermediate sprint, they'll be taken by the breakaway riders as well, and it's kind of less work for EF Education Oatly to do as a team.
And perhaps for them, it takes the stress away as well. If a breakaway that goes away and there's no dangerous riders, it's all under control, you can just sit on the front, you can keep the tempo, you can keep the time gap at a controllable and manageable distance.
Once a breakaway goes, the race is more controlled, as you said. It's there's less anxiety and kind of stress within the peloton, which makes it safer. We saw yesterday there was that really early crash where Kim LaCourte obviously came down, and even though she managed to remount her bike and rejoin the race, she posted something yesterday evening to say basically, as a result of that early crash, her body just kind of wasn't really working in those latter stages of yesterday's stage, and she was very disappointed in that. But once a break is established and everything calms down a little bit, there's less risk of those kind of incidents happening. And also they have to be slightly less worried about paying attention to who is going off the front and things like that. So it does make the race far less complicated if a break is established. think we're also going to see, for example, riders from CJ O'Shea and potentially even the Hess cycling team trying to get into a move today, because those are the two British continental teams that weren't represented in yesterday's breakaway. And we've mentioned before, but as a race, the Lloyds Tour of Britain women is really, really important for the British continental teams. So those two teams who kind of didn't get to show their jersey, their sponsor's jersey yesterday, I think they'll be really keen to do so today.
You and I were talking this morning, given the fact that the stage at the start is so difficult and you're pretty much climbing from the very beginning, even though it's not a classified climb, riders will want to have done a bit of a warm-up this morning and not just relying on the 4.9 kilometre neutralised section.
Yeah, so I think there were a few shots at the top, you know, the top of the coverage that showed, for example, the AG Insurance Soudal team riders, including Kim LaCourte, on their turbo trainers outside the team bus. And you know, we'd already spoken at that point about having a good warm-up, because effectively the first kind of, I think, around 8 kilometres, so the 5 kilometres of neutral and then 3 or 4 kilometres after that, go quite hard uphill. And so certainly for riders that are feeling the fatigue in their legs from the last 2 days, it'll be really important for them to have warmed up well today, so that they're you know, feeling a bit better and are well prepared for the opening points of this stage, and can respond if, you know, moves start to go off the front.
Number 4 at the back here is Lisa Van Bella, one of the new signings for SD Works Pro Time number 4. New team colours, great track rider, Olympic medalist. Team setting themselves up, they've got themselves organised just to keep things at a relative tempo here. You've got FDJ Suez. I want to talk to you about FDJ Suez. What is their objective here in this race? Because yesterday we saw that they had several riders in that chasing group to Rihanna Marcus and Mara Roldan, the lone leader. But we haven't seen them perhaps contribute to that chase as we saw with Movistar, for example, who were fully dedicated to Cat Ferguson. They had Ali Wollaston in that group, and she could have, and she took third on the stage yesterday.
Yeah, she did.
Did they leave it a little bit too late to start to contribute?
Potentially. I think the difficulty with yesterday's course is certainly for that the final lap, which was you know, the last kind of, I guess, 37, 40 kilometres, when things kind of started to heat up. There were almost not that many places where teams could make a massive impact all by working together, because the roads were either going quite quickly downhill, where actually everyone's travelling really quickly, so it's difficult to then make a notable difference in terms of you know, closing gaps to leaders, or the climbs were quite steep, quite hard, and actually riders were almost just having to all work as hard as each other, even if they were kind of sitting in the wheels. So yeah, it was difficult, and I think everyone, by the time you got to the closing stages, everyone was feeling the fatigue in the legs, and so it just became a bit of an individual battle, a bit of a war of attrition. But yeah, it's difficult to say maybe what the plan, the team intention of FDJ Suez is, maybe overall for the race, and certainly was yesterday. But you know, I think Ali Wollaston, she's still quite high up in the general classification. I think tomorrow's stage could potentially suit her well. I'm not sure that they've got overall general classification ambitions, but surely they'll be looking to do something in this race, even if it's just, you know, potentially looking for a stage win.
They come with 6 incredibly strong riders, very experienced. Yeah. As you say, Ali Wollaston, she's still sitting high up in the general classification. She's 3rd overall at the moment at 12 seconds. Amber Crack is still there, 12th overall at 29 seconds. But they've also got great riders to help with Celia Géry. They've got Jadville, the former French champion, Marie Linette, who is 14th overall at 1 minute and 5. So she's got a bit of work to do to close that deficit to Kristen Faulkner, but nevertheless, maybe they were waiting for this stage, biding their time.
Yeah.
They knew this could be decisive because of the climbs, because of the elevation, because of the distance, and straight away today, you can see the French World Tour squad who are sitting on the left-hand side of the peloton. They're the riders with the black gilets on, the black shorts. You can just see a little bit of red peeping through the gilets. They're on the far left side, but they're there as a team, they're there as a squad.
Yeah, what strikes me is when you look at, various team lists, with quite a few of the teams, you can look at the riders and you say, okay, well, the team are going to be working for this person. So, you look at EF Education Oatley and you say, Kristen Faulkner's got a really good chance of the general classification, so the team are going to be working towards that. Or Movistar team, they've got Kat Ferguson, she showed such promise this year, the team are going to be working for her. And I think when you look at the FDJ Suez squad, as you said, they're all incredibly strong riders, but it's not necessarily obvious looking at the team list exactly what their main goal or main ambition is going to be for this race. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, actually, particularly for us as viewers, because it makes them a bit more exciting.
Yeah.
Because it's
unpredictable.
Exactly. The fact that it's unpredictable and you can't look at it and say, well, I think that it's obvious that they're going to be doing this, working for this person. Again, we talk about Team SD Works Pro Time and you say, well, pretty much guaranteed they're going to be looking for stage wins for Lorena Wiebes. And that makes it a bit easier for the other teams, because the other teams know that that's what they'll be doing, and so it's potentially a bit easier to guard against. But when you can't pick out a rider, they've not got Demi Vollering here. So you can't pick out a rider and say, well, they're going to be working for her, but it means that they're unpredictable, and so the other teams have to be on their guard, and it means that we as commentators, as viewers of the race, get to be excited and intrigued along with everyone else.
And surprised, and that's exactly what we want, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's exactly what we want.
Yeah.
Certainly is. We're leaving Kelso. We're in the Scottish Borders, the first time that the Scottish Borders has hosted the women's race. Of course, it's previously hosted stages of the Lloyds Tour of Britain men, 10 previous stages since 2009 actually. Whilst Kelso has hosted the men's race on 4 previous occasions. 2015 from Cockermouth to Kelso, that was won by Elia Viviani. 2017 from Edinburgh to the square in Kelso, won by Caleb Ewan. 2019, start and finish on the square in Kelso like we have today. That was won by Matteo Trentin, the Italian rider. And last year, it was the up-and-coming Frenchman, Paul Magnier, who won the stage. Also always had brilliant stages on the men's side, and today's going to be no different for the women's race here. Scottish Borders is actually one of Scotland's leading cycling destinations, and got over 50 road cycling routes, world-class off-road tracks if that's what you like. Always attracting major international competitions and hundreds of cycling-friendly businesses. Don't forget, we also had the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championship cross-country mountain bike events. They were held in Glentress Forest. It's close to Peebles. Tom Pidcock, of course, amongst those to take home a rainbow jersey that year. And of course, got the wider South of Scotland region, achieved the UCI Bike Region status back in 2023 as well, which was to recognise the commitment of the public and private sector, all of those partners across the area, to both elite cycling competition and for Cycling for All. Back in the day, 500 years ago, this land was Britain's Wild West, when the border leavers, no more than the lawless families of criminals, rode their horses across the area and the border, stealing livestock and generally just causing trouble with rival families. The history of the Scottish Borders, it's actually left a real rich legacy of castles, abbeys, great country houses, many of which are visible along today's route that you'll see. We've got the Floors and the Roxburgh Castles, Smailholm Tower and Kelso and Melrose Abbeys.
It's very sedate at the front at the moment, but actually you can see that quite a lot of the big teams are already quite close to the front, and I wonder if it's to do with the nature of these roads, the fact that obviously we can see here it is quite narrow. There's a lot of tree cover. The roads are still quite damp here, and so I think, especially after what happened yesterday with Kimler Court, the big teams will be wanting to keep their GC leaders, their team leaders safe at the front and minimise any risks.
At the back here, number 175 in the red jersey, that's Annabelle Ramsey. Number 152, we've got Tamsin Miller, the British rider, the 25-year-old in that blue and green jersey. Number 142, you've got Sana Zaman. She's the rider in the pink and orange jersey, number 142 from CJ O'Shea. A number of her riders and teammates also towards the back. Katie Scott, one of those. Meanwhile, Loretta Hansen of Lidl Trek is calling for a team car. You can see the team car is already at the front of the convoy, just behind the white car. She's wanting some assistance. She's incredibly experienced, Loretta Hansen, and she wants to go back to the team car. Whether she's got an issue with the bike or she wants to discard of some clothing. You can see that she's got the rain jacket that's stuffed up the back of her jersey. Maybe and ordinarily she's on domestique duty for a team, so maybe she's gone through her team, she's collected all of the wet weather gear, and now she's doing one big drop-off.
Yeah, it looks as though she had multiple bits of clothing actually kind of in her pockets and underneath her gilets and her jerseys. But yeah, you often see one rider who is on domestique duties, you know, doing this role for all of the riders in the team. So either dropping off kit, or more commonly what we see is one rider going back to a team car during the stage and picking up enough bottles and nutrition for the other riders on their team, and then they'll work their way back through the peloton and drop off those bottles at the various riders. And actually one rider, we've spoken about her both days so far, but who is excellent at that is Eleanor Backstead. I've seen her do it on so many occasions, and when I've been in the race as well, and you hear these dulcet Welsh tones coming from behind you shouting bottles, bottles, as she moves her way through and drops the bottles off. So yeah, I mean, we've spoken about how she is just becoming, you know, one of the most reliable domestiques within the women's peloton, and yeah, Loretta Hansen does an amazing job for her team as well. She's very similar.
It's always pretty slick, isn't it? You come to the back of the peloton, you raise your hand, the commissaire will call your team car.
Yeah,
the team car will come through the convoy.
And what actually often happens as well is that the rider who's going to go back will have actually pre-warned their team. So they'll get onto their race radio, they'll talk to their director, they'll say, I'm coming back to the car to drop off something or to collect something. So the DS is already prepared to start moving up through the convoy as soon as the race director then calls them. The rider still has to go to the back of the peloton and put their hand up, and the race director has to call the car, but everyone is almost you know, prepped and ready to go in advance. So, you know, there are all these kind of communication things that happen within a bike race that obviously, you know, we don't see, and it's really nice getting the race radio, getting some of the footage, the snippets from the race radio, and you can sometimes get a really good insight into some of the communication that either goes on within the team cars or between the race director, the commissaire car, and also the teams.
We've not long passed Flores Castle, the ancestral seat of the Duke of Roxburgh, Scotland's largest inhabited house. It stands in the parkland overlooking that magnificent River Tweed and holds outstanding collections of paintings, furniture, porcelain, tapestry. Castle's grounds actually hosted the stage finish of the 2015 men's stage. That was when it was won by Elia Viviani. I remember that stage very, very well, being in the magnificent Flores Castle. You can see some of the standing water.
Riders take every opportunity to try and sneak a couple of places up in the peloton. So, you know, there's that...
Poor photographer getting a soaking there.
Yeah, there's that small opening on the right-hand side, and riders will just take every little advantage just to move forwards, because on roads like this it can actually be quite difficult to move position. You can often be kind of locked in you know, whatever position you happen to find yourself in when you go into that narrower section. So, you know, if riders want to get to the front, either so that they don't miss a move or so that they can control things for their team, then, you know, they'll kind of go on to maybe off the road and onto the kind of side bits in order to try and move up a little bit. We saw riders on the grass the other day as well doing the same.
For some riders, they've got a real knack of being able to make their way through a peloton, find a space, sometimes when it doesn't even look from a helicopter shot that there is a place to go through. But some are just so incredible at doing that. And sometimes riders are happy to let other riders through, certain riders through, because they think, right, great, I can get on your wheel, I can follow you through the peloton. And they're quite happy to have that wheel in front of them.
Yeah, some riders just are so good at going into gaps that don't even really exist, as you said, that we can't see. And, you know, it's riders like Lorena Wiebes, for example. Sprinters in particular are excellent at that because they have to be so good at positioning and so good at moving through tiny little spaces. So, you know, you watch someone like Lorena Wiebes and she moves up effortlessly. She's always where she needs to be. Other riders find it a lot more difficult. And I think actually, you know, a lot of what we see, I think particularly some of the Dutch riders and the Belgian riders who come from Kermesse racing, where they're racing on really narrow streets with massive bunches, they have to be good at moving up through the bunch, at making sure they're at the front, because you've got so many corners, so many twists and turns that if you're at the back, at some point you're probably going to end up out of the back. There's going to be some sort of slingshot effect, some sort of corner, and you're going to lose contact. So you naturally become very good at being able to move into gaps that don't really exist. And you know, just watching her move through a bunch is pretty impressive.
It certainly is, and it's a real art, it's a real skill. No doubt it comes from having that Kermesse style racing, but I don't know if you remember back in the day when we had regional school of racing in the UK and with British Cycling, and you could do skill sessions and you had to try and find your way through and to learn to be surrounded by riders and to find your way through. And when you get to racing and pro racing, those skills that you learn as a youngster, and for me it was a lot later on when I was coming into the sport as a teenager, just having that introduction and having those skill sessions when you were coming through the ranks was so useful and so beneficial.
And you can really tell the riders who have been doing it from a young age as well, because I think a lot of it as well is confidence and having that belief that you're going to be fine. And I think, so for me, I started racing even later. I didn't start racing until my early 20s, and so I didn't get any of that. I didn't get any of those kind of skill sessions, and I've kind of had to try and pick up as much as possible just from being in the peloton, from being in the bunch. I think when you're young, if you start as a child, you maybe don't realise how much crashing can potentially hurt, and it doesn't necessarily cross your mind so much. So you kind of, you know, you not take more risks, but you do things that maybe you don't realise, oh, this could have not the best consequence, but then you get good at it because you've tried those things, you've learned how to do it, and the kind of potential negative consequences haven't crossed your mind. Whereas, like for me, because I started as an adult, I've got quite a high sense of self-preservation, so moving through the small gaps is not.
And I guess when you're young, it becomes second nature. And so
Absolutely.
For all of these riders here, as professional riders, they're very comfortable at being able to make their way through a peloton, be surrounded by 100+ riders. It comes as second nature.
Yeah, absolutely. And another rider who, again, I mentioned a few days ago, but who always impressed me, and my first year as a professional I was lucky enough to be on a team with her, was Corinne Ledecky, back then Corinne Rivera, and she started racing, you know, less than 10, I swear. She's been racing forever, and
I think she's got something like 75 collegiate national titles.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
Unbelievable.
And she can do. She's just so versatile. But because she's been racing, you know, so long. Just her skills, everything is second nature to her, and she moves incredibly through the bunch. And again, she's someone who was always exactly where she needed to be. She can read a race because everything, all of those skills are second nature to her. And watching people like her, like Marianne Vos as well, they're so inspiring, and they make it look easy, and it's not easy.
We've not long passed Mellestane, the stately home, which is a masterpiece of the great Scottish architects William and Robert Adam, completed by the son Robert in 1778, considered one of his finest works, and many of the interiors have been preserved in their original colours. The house and the extensive gardens are open to the public, and we're just coming into Smale Home, a place which inspired the famous Scottish author Sir Walter Scott. Smelholme Tower, which sits on the rock crag, was built as a stronghold for the Pringle family back in the 1400s. It's got that 20-metre high tower house, which is now managed by the Historic Environment Scotland, open to visitors likewise. Once you leave Kelso, you're into the rural areas here, Hayley. It's brilliant for riding, and it can make for some great racing roads too, I've got to say. Despite not having a breakaway here, you can't underestimate the speeds.
No, I think watching it at the moment, you know, you might think, oh, they all look so calm, so controlled, and they're making it look easy. But again, that's one of the skills, kind of making it look a little bit effortless. And I think we will start to see some action. We'll start to see some attacks. We did have an indication at the start of the stage that people were interested in trying to get away, but it's all about picking your time, and it's about picking a time where maybe the peloton is less likely to respond. Also, you consider things like wind direction and what the roads are doing, and again, it's something that you become more experienced at the more races you do. You kind of have a bit of a sense of where on this course will I be able to attack and have it, you know, hopefully be successful. Where's the best place that gives me the best chance of success?
What is the wind doing today? Because I know you've been keeping a close eye on it over the last couple of stages, and we've been following it closely, particularly on stage one, where it was quite dangerous. But what about today?
Today's not looking too bad. So I think the wind is relatively low in general. It's only forecast to be about 5 miles an hour, gusts up to 10. So nothing like we saw on stage one, where you could see all of those flags like really flapping, particularly when we got to red car to the seafront. And you know, on that stage, the wind did have the potential to make a big impact on the race because of changing road directions and going from tailwinds to crosswinds. On today's stage, the wind could shift during the stage, but it's mostly kind of southwesterly, potentially shifting towards a westerly wind direction. But the way the course is today, I don't think it's likely to have too much of an effect on the stage. There will be some sections where the riders are moving pretty quickly, especially as you come into the finish, because they are travelling from the west of Kelso, so they'll be with a tailwind for that, so it could make for quite a fast finish.
Anti-clockwise loops for the riders today. They'll take on the big loop, which will head down towards our Queen of the Mountains, head towards Melrose, then they'll travel south towards Denholm, swing a left towards Jedburgh. Zoe Backstead looking likely she's going to have a bike change there. Rider from Canyon Strams on to Crypto. Then the riders will make their way back towards Kelso. They'll have that intermediate sprint at the finish line. They'll take on the smaller loop, which will head back towards Melrose, towards Bowden, back into our finish for Kelso.
Riders are just taking the opportunity of this, you know, slightly easier start to the stage, just to kind of discard any clothing or potentially go back to team cars for a chat, or just, you know, really kind of make sure that everything's set up nicely for the stage, because I think they're all aware that it's certainly not going to stay sedate for the next 128 kilometres with all of the Queen of the Mountains classifications coming up, the intermediate sprint that's obviously got those bonus seconds. So, you know, I think it's kind of the calm before the storm, so to speak.
I think you're quite right. Only 9 kilometres until we'll get to that first Queen of the Mountain of the day. That's a categorised 3 climb, Scott's View. 2.2 kilometre climb with an average gradient of 2.9%, but again, when Hayley and I were speaking earlier on this morning, it doesn't tell the full picture, because the base of the climb, you've got gradients of 11, 12, 13%. And it's only because you've got a large section of that climb where there's a bit of a downhill towards the top part of the climb, which in turn lowers the average gradient.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those cases where you have to have a proper look at the profile and at that climb itself, because you might just read it in the road book that says 2.2 kilometres, average 2.9. You think, oh, that's not too bad. And then you see the kind of the red portions of the gradient on the lower slopes, and actually that could provide a launch pad. So I think riders could attack the bottom of that climb very, very hard. And if you're not aware that that is potentially going to be the case, then you could be completely caught off guard, and that's where gaps will start opening up.
To give you the information of the riders who didn't finish yesterday's stage, Micah van der Down of Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto, the Dutch rider, didn't finish, nor did the Australian Josie Talbot of Liverloola Jayco. Gladys Verhulst Wild didn't finish after that crash. And if you're just joining us, the news that we got from the team was that she suffered 8 fractured ribs, a pneumothorax, a collapsed lung, and a fractured humeral head. The French rider will have to take several weeks of recovery and heal from her injuries, and we wish Gladys Verhulst Wild all of the best for her recovery. Maddie Leach, who we saw in the breakaway yesterday, the young British rider from Hansling Alba Development Road Team, didn't finish the stage. And yesterday morning, Kate Richardson didn't take to the start from Hansling. That leaves 102 riders remaining in the race.
I think this first categorised climb that we've got coming up, the climb of Scott's View, I think that could actually potentially provide the launch pad for a break today. I think what we might see is that the peloton stays relatively controlled, just with those key teams at the front. So EF Education Oatly just making sure that their team leader and the race leader Kristen Faulkner stays safe on that climb. And then I think potentially some riders, including perhaps Anushka Costa, currently wearing the blue jersey on behalf of Kristen Faulkner. I think she could attack.
And here we get a little look at Smailholm, the place that inspired the famous Scottish author Sir Walter Scott. See it sitting there on the rock crag. Of course, built back in the 1400s for the Pringle family. Now managed by the Historic Environment Scotland. And if you want to take a visit, feel free, open to the public. .33 minutes of racing, past 124.5 kilometres to go. Don't forget, we'll get to the bottom of Scott's View with 118.9 kilometres to go. They'll crest the top with 116.6 kilometres to go. 4, 3, 2 and 1 points available for the Queen of the Mountains classification. We've got 2 Category 3 climbs. They'll take on Scott's View on 2 occasions. They've also got Dingleton, which is a Category 1 climb. They'll do that on 2 occasions. And they've got Dunion Hill, which is a Categorised 1. So in total, 38 points available in that Queen of the Mountains competition. And today we could see a complete shift, a complete change. Maybe one rider who hasn't picked up any points today
exactly
could go home with that blue leader's jersey.
Because Kristen Faulkner, who's currently leading the classification, has 18 points. So, you know, there's a whole 20 extra points. But that classification will be tied up today because, as we've already mentioned, there are no Queen of the Mountains points available on tomorrow's course around Glasgow.
No doubt it's going to be fiercely fought for. Riders already taking on nutrition, hydration, fluids. On the far left side in the pink jersey is Nina Burton, the Luxembourgish rider for EF Education Oatly. Just on her wheels, she's got one of her teammates. That's Babette van der Wolf. Interestingly, that Kristen Faulkner Haley is sitting in third wheel, but she's got two teammates who are sat behind her. She's not sitting at the back of the line, but she seems quite comfortable. The fact that she's almost in a bubble, she's almost sandwiched between her teammates.
That's exactly what you want. You know, you don't want to be taking the win, so you do want some teammates ahead of you just to protect you so that you're expending less energy. However, ideally, you also want one or two riders behind you, because although you have radios, if something happens, your first thought is not necessarily, oh, I need to get on my radio. You might not be able to. You might be kind of covering your brakes, worrying about controlling your bike, so you can't necessarily always be on your radio. So if something were to happen to Kristen Faulkner, it's actually perfect for her to have one or two teammates behind her, because they can see, so they can react immediately. So for example, if she punctures or something goes wrong with her bike or you know, anything like that, they can almost slow down immediately, wait with her, and then the two teammates that are ahead of her can just keep track of the peloton, make sure that things are under control there. But it means that everyone is looking after her. So yeah, it's nice to kind of spread the team around the team leader.
And it's quite the same when you take a look down the centre of the road. You've got SD Works Pro Time in the purple jerseys. That's Marta Lack, who's just gone onto the drops. Just on her wheel, she's got the white jersey of Lorena Wiebes, the European champion. She's got the blue helmet on. And today, there's no reason, when you take a look at this parkour and the profile, that Lorena Wiebes can't remain on those climbs, and she can be there, because when you take a look, you've got the longest climb, which is 3.8 kilometers, sorry, and that's Dunion Hill, and the average is 5%. So potentially they could be thinking they've got an opportunity, they've got a chance today.
Yeah, so you look at the profile, and obviously there is a lot of climbing overall, but there's nothing long enough or steep enough where you think that someone like Lorena Wiebes can't get over it. And I think she will have been disappointed not to have been in contention yesterday, because the climb up Saltburn Bank could have suited her quite well. It was short and steep, so you know, a 45-second effort, so something that's actually pretty good for someone of Lorena Wiebes' capabilities. So I think she will have been disappointed to have been caught up in that crash, or to have come off the road. We didn't see exactly what happened, but to have not been in contention at the end of yesterday's stage. And that might add a bit of fuel to the fire, and you know, maybe as a result she's really interested in taking the next two stage victories, and she's got a really strong team around her. And I think the other thing that's worth noting on today's stage is there are a lot of climbs, but the final climb of Dingleton, once you crest that, there's actually still 23.4 kilometers of the stage remaining, which does provide an opportunity for teams, if any gaps do open on that final climb, if they work together well, they could bring back Lorena Wiebes to the front of the race if it's necessary. You know, I think she probably will get over the climb absolutely fine, but if she didn't for some reason, there is a decent amount of the stage left for her to get back to the front.
It's going to be very interesting. The first, and a bit of a crash on the far right-hand side from a couple of riders as they come to a standstill, a little bit of a tangle. Tiffany Keeper's number 153. She's come down with one of the riders in the red jersey from Smurfit, Westrock. A touch of wheels, and you can see everybody's wanting to fight for position. One of those riders who was caught up and just hampered there was number 173, Alex Morris. Also number 144, Katie Scott. You can see Tiffany Keeper's got one black number, one red number. Red number courtesy of being voted the most combative rider of yesterday's stage, having been out in the breakaway. But now we start to see the pace change at the front here, and it's Jade Ville, the former French champion of FDJ Suez, who is setting the pace into the bottom of Scott's view.
It's quite
It's
difficult.
changed here, and you
Yeah.
can see the tension, the nerves perhaps at the back, and look how long and strung out the peloton is now.
Yeah, which shows the injection of pace at the front. You know, we've mentioned before, you get the different shapes of the peloton. So while it's relaxed, you get this blunt front at the peloton. But when the pressure's really on, it strings out into this long line. But obviously we have the climb coming up, and that's going to mean that the pace naturally increases. But although these rural roads are great for cycling, they're really good training locations and a great place to host a race. There are kind of extra bits of complication for the peloton when you're racing on this kind of road, because actually where those riders just came down, I noticed that you could see the road sort of falls away a little bit towards the edge, and so potentially riders can just get a little bit unstuck, maybe not be expecting it, and can just almost like fall off to the side a little bit, and that can lead to those clashes of wheels. And we can see just from the images that there are those bits of broken road surface towards the edges of the road. So riders might be trying to move up the peloton around the outside, and then suddenly there'll be a break in the road or something that the riders don't expect, and that can lead to these crashes. And so actually it's in the interest of some of the bigger teams to put the pace on, to string out the peloton, because that will keep their own team leaders safe, because it minimises the risk of crashes.
We saw one of the riders from Das Hutchinson who was wanting to have a bike change. That was Morven Yeoman. She had Tamsin Miller who was waiting with her. 3 riders chasing back on here. Number 173, that's Alex Morris, alongside one of her teammates. And you've got one other of our British Continental riders who are trying to come back to the back of the peloton. At the front of the race, they're on to the first Queen of the Mountain of the day. Scott's Viewer, categorised 3 climb, 2.2 kilometres with an average gradient of 2.9%. But the opening part of this Queen of the Mountain is where it's at its most severe. Gradients of 11, 12, 13%. And you can see already that this could do damage early on this climb. French World Tour squad, FDJ Suez, are the team who are taking it up at the front. Dominika Wladysek in the white jersey with the black gilet unzipped is up towards the front.
And Anushka Costa is also keeping herself quite nicely up near the front. You know, I think she's really showing her intention to make sure she puts herself in the best position to take home that Queen of the Mountains classification.
You can see the red jersey of Mara Roldan, the winner of yesterday's stage in that red jersey of Picnic Postonel. She's up towards the front too. She picked up 10 points yesterday, don't forget, when she crested that second and final Queen of the Mountain, a first categorised climb on Mask Hill, or Mask Lane.
You can see the damage that the FDJ Suez is actually doing to this peloton right now. They're really putting the pressure on. It's, you know, one rider wide at most places, and the riders towards the back are kind of desperately trying to move up so that if any gaps do open ahead of them, you know, they're not stuck behind and not having to put even more effort in to close a gap. So they're trying to move up now while they still can.
FDJ Suez are in the control seat right now, and they're just pressing the buttons. They're the team who are dictating what's happening, what the pace is. And you can see at the back here, riders are really starting to suffer so early on into the race. You've got a couple of riders there from AG Insurance Soudal who have been caught out on the wrong side, a couple of our British national, Great Britain national team riders, as well as some riders from Smurfit Westrock. But given the fact, and you see the nature of this Queen of the Mountain, it's narrow, it's around, well, a couple of metres wide, such a tempo that nobody can do anything here.
No, I think they clearly are, and they clearly had an intention to do something on this stage, because they've strung it out and now there's an attack going. And yeah, I think we mentioned that FDJ Suez were perhaps going to be a bit unpredictable, and clearly they had a plan going into today's stage, and obviously it's centred around attacking on this first climb.
Marie Linette is the French rider who has made an injection of pace and started to open up daylight. Dominika Wladysek is the Polish champion who's followed Marie Linette. Meanwhile, behind, you've got one rider who's trying to close the gap. Little Tracker sitting in second wheel. Lorena Wiebes in that white jersey as the European champion with the blue band across the chest is sitting in third wheel. They go through 500 metres before they get to the top of this climb. crest the top with 116.6 kilometres to go. Every time that there's been a move, I have to say, Dominika Wladysek, the Polish champion, has been in the right position, the right time, and it's not the first occasion we've seen this.
I was just thinking that actually it was a shame that she was also caught up in that crash yesterday, because I think she could have shown herself really well on Saltburn. Lorena Wiebes just looked to be moving up herself there and getting herself into a really good position. I think she's definitely got an intention to make sure she stays with the front group on today's stage and has the best opportunity to go for a stage win.
Anna Henderson of Lidl Trek in that red, blue and yellow jersey is going to bring this all back to heel. FDJ Suez sitting in second wheel. Well, we crest the top of this climb. It's Dominika takes the 4 points. Dominika Wladysek taking the 4 points. Marie Linette with the 3. All back together. One thing that climb has done, whilst it might not have forced a breakaway on the climb, as you see a little tap on the back from UAE teammate EQ, the teammate of Dominika Wladysek, just to say, good job, well done. It might not have forced a breakaway, but it certainly put some fatigue into the legs. We see this replay. Dominika Wladysek in the black gilet just comes around Marie Linette. Anna Henderson closing that gap down. Anna Henderson making light work of this climb. 4 points into the pocket of Dominika Wladysek. 3 for Marie Linette. Anna Henderson taking the 2 and 1 point for the rider of FDJ Suez. It's great to get that slow-mo and get that helicopter shot, just to see the situation on the road, because you get the sense that at one point the elastic is going to snap and more attacks are going. Now it's the turn of Liv Alula-Jayco in these purple jerseys. Looks as though it's Quinty Ton who's trying to force a move. She's a bit of a threat. She's been riding exceptionally well this week. She's 9th overall in the general classification at 20 seconds. And she knows there's a bike change here for the Olympic champion Kristen Faulkner.
She's taken the bike of her teammate, because this is such an unfortunate time to have that kind of problem, because the team cars are going to be completely stuck. We saw riders, you know, there are riders like the Movistar and the AG Soudal rider here that are off the back, and the team cars will be stuck behind them. The team cars won't be able to move through. So the spare bike of Kristen Faulkner is going to be a couple of minutes behind her at the moment, so she's got no option but to take the bike of her teammate to try and make it back to the peloton.
Babette van der Wolf was right on hand for the Olympic champion Faulkner to give her bike.
And that's why you always want a teammate just behind you or with you, because you know, had that happened and all of her teammates had been ahead and not been aware, then she wouldn't have had that option, and then they would have been in trouble.
At the front of the race, it still continues to kick on. This is Lizzie Dowden, the former world champion and 2-time winner of this race. Rider from Otley in Yorkshire. Injecting some pace, and she can use her experience here. Kristen Faulkner, meanwhile, okay, she's got a bike of her teammate, but you can see the bike's a little bit
Doesn't
small.
look quite right, does
doesn't
it?
look quite right, of course. The saddle height isn't perfect for her, but it's the best option for now for Kristen Faulkner. But she's taking a look around over her left-hand shoulder. She can hear the cars are coming, and very shortly a team car will arrive, and she'll be able to have a bike change. She'll be able to get onto her own spare bike.
The other thing that we saw is actually her teammate, as soon as she pushed Kristen Faulkner off and Kristen Faulkner was going again, her teammate actually got on the radio. So her teammate informed the team, this has happened, this is what needs to happen, this is the situation, because the directors might not get that information straight away from the commissaires, for example, but it means that Kristen Faulkner doesn't need to do it herself, but the information is still relayed.
A large group of riders are coming back on the descent. Welcome to day 3 of the 2025 Lloyds Tour of Britain Women, and the very first visit to Scotland in the history of this tour. We're in the beautiful market town of Kelso in the Scottish borders, which hosts the start and finish of today's stage. 2 stages done and 2 to go. We're at the halfway point in the race, and it couldn't be tighter at the top of the standings. We've had a race that has been alive since we've got to that Queen of the Mountain, the first Queen of the Mountain of the day. We've had a bike change, a mechanical problem for our race leader in the green jersey, Kristen Faulkner. Queen of the Mountain has set things up pretty nicely for an active race so far. Today's stage is the longest of the 4 stages. It's where we could see a shift and a change in the general classification, given the fact we've got 5 Queen of the Mountains, the longest stage overall, 143.8 kilometers of racing. Across those 5 Queen of the Mountains, 2,172 meters of elevation. And Scott's View, despite being a 3rd categorized climb, has started to do a lot of damage so far. If you're just joining us, welcome along. It's Hannah Walker alongside Hayley Simmons. And now at the front, you've got Little Trek in the red, blue and yellow jersey. Figure of Emma Norsgaard-Bjerg. Alongside her is one of the riders from FDJ Suez, Nina Burton in the pink jersey of EF Education Oadley. 113.7 kilometers to go. 50 minutes of racing has passed. And already, Hayley, these demanding roads are starting to split things, and you can see just behind there distinctive splits starting to happen. We get confirmation of the Queen of the Mountain here on Scott's View. Dominika Wladaszek taking the 4 points, Marie Linette taking the 3, Anna Henderson with the 2, and it was Ali Wollaston who picked up the sole remaining point.
I think as we saw, that you can see from that great shot there, there are so many gaps appearing in the peloton, and riders in the kind of groups behind will be looking ahead and just kind of praying that the pace slows down and gives them the opportunity to get back in touch. But what we're seeing at the moment is just counterattack after counterattack. So every time there's a slight lull, another rider will go and start to kick things off again. And what that means is that the riders that are behind, who are currently chasing, yes, they might eventually make contact again in the groups, might start to come back together, because after all we still have over 100 kilometers left of racing. But the energy that they're going to have expended at this stage in order to kind of get back in touch and regroup, it can't be underestimated.
When you take a look at this helicopter shot, there must be around 25 riders remaining at the head of the race currently. And Scott's View has done all of the damage.
For a Category 3 climb that, maybe we looked at on paper and said, yeah, it is steep at the bottom, but it's done a lot more damage than I maybe expected it to have done. And of course, the riders will face it again later.
Imogen Wolf in the yellow jersey of Visma Lease, just speaking into a radio. This is the first group that we're looking at, moving forward with the gel in the mouth in the red, blue and yellow. That's Anna Henderson. Just behind her is Kat Ferguson in the white jersey. And another big move from Little Trek. This time it's Loretta Hansen who accelerates from the front to try and inject some pace. And they want to make sure that these two groups don't come back together here. They want to force a select group Little Trek.
Yeah, and I wonder if they've had the information as well that Kristen Faulkner is stuck in one of these groups behind, and they're really just keeping the pace on. And clearly Little Trek have some strong intentions today, because we saw Lizzie Deignan doing it a second ago, then Loretta Hansen, and they've managed to get a lot of their riders into this front group and ahead of the splits. And clearly they have the intention to keep these gaps open.
Amber Pate just helping a teammate. That was Ruby Roseman Gannon. An alarm around the shoulder. Ruby Roseman Gannon with the black jersey flapping in the wind on the far right-hand side. Got the Mauritian champion down the centre of the road, number 103. The white jersey with the multicoloured bands around the chest. Letizia Paternoster is up towards the front in the purple jersey. And this is the second group that we're looking at here on the road. So you've got around 12 riders who are in the chase. Let's take a look down. You've got a rider there from Visma Lease Bike, one rider from Ceratizit Pro Cycling. SD Works Pro Time have got a couple of riders in there. By the looks of things, one of those riders is Marta Lack. 3 riders SD Works Pro Time have got in this group. You've also got Anuska Costa in the blue jersey of Uno X Mobility. If she wants to try and take that jersey, she needs to try and get back to that front group. And meanwhile, at the front here, in the first group, the pace doesn't relent.
No, we saw Little Trek doing a lot of work, and also FGJ Suez are also, keeping the pace high. And as we see yet another attack from Little Trek, and also the Visma Lisa bike riders. So everybody is really interested in keeping the pace really high and keeping the pressure on at the moment.
Linda Riedman, the rider on the front in the yellow jersey for Visma Lisa bike. She's one of the highest placed riders in their team, along with Imogen Wolf. Imogen Wolf 17th overall at 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Linda Riedman at 2 minutes and 13 seconds in 18th. At the back of this group, number 41. That's Letizia Borghese in the pink jersey.
You could see as well a second ago that obviously the race director car and the neutral service car had managed to kind of work their way forwards to behind that front group, but most of the team vehicles are going to be stuck so much further down the road, and as soon as there's an opportunity, a bit of space for them to move through, they will do. But for now, if any riders in this front group do have any sort of issue, it's going to be difficult for them to get help from their own team vehicle.
Well, the group has swelled because you can see towards the back of the group, just on the far right-hand side, she's just being hidden by a couple of the riders. Anuska Costa has made it in, so that group of around 12, 13 riders, including Letizia Borghese and Anuska Costa, have made it back to the front of the race. What we're looking out for now is where is the green jersey of the leader of the general classification, Kristen Faulkner, and has she made it back? Because looking at this helicopter shot, she isn't back as of yet. As a team, what do you do if you've got your leader who is chasing back on? You've got a couple of riders who are in this group, including Nina Burton, who has gone from the front. She started to slip further back. Borghese's there. What do you do? Do you send your riders back, or do you keep cover at the front?
At the moment, it would make sense to me to keep those riders in the front group, because it's far easier for them to be called back if necessary than for them to go back now and then regret it later on. It's far easier to slow down than to speed up and catch back up. So for now, I would leave those riders where they are. I'm not sure where her other teammates are. Obviously, one is behind, having given up her own bike, but there are still a couple of other riders probably closer to Kristen Faulkner who can lend a hand for now. And what we'll probably see is those riders doing almost full gas max efforts to make sure that Kristen Faulkner can then get back. Actually, I just saw one of the EF Education Oatly riders on her radio sat towards the back of this group, so she's obviously trying to take some instruction from the director, find out where her team leader is, and ask, what should we do in this situation?
There's plenty of talking, there's plenty of conversation going on, whether that be riders side by side or indeed into the race radio. Aude Bianic in the white jersey with the white M across the chest with the navy blue band. Frenchwoman from Brittany doing the work at the front for her Movistar squad. You can also see just behind that was the white commissaire car, commissaire out of the roof, just having an overview as to what's going on.
Yeah, trying to assess what the gaps are, how assist the team cars in working their way through the group safely. And you can see some team cars now managing to start kind of regrouping and retaking their positions in the convoy. So it's worth mentioning, actually, for people who maybe don't know, the team cars will have an assigned place in the convoy, and that will change each day. And the order is basically decided by the order of the general classification. So the car that will currently have team number 1 will be that of EF Education Oatly, because their rider Kristen Faulkner is leading the race. It does mean that if she has a problem, that team car is then the furthest up in the convoy and best placed to assist her. So it basically goes through the general classification, and each time you get to a new team, then they get the next number in the convoy. And for the first stage, before we have a general classification, it's effectively drawn out of a hat, but there is a priority order. So the Women's World Tour teams will get the first kind of hat draw, and then it will go to the next level of team down, and continental teams and so on. And then you know, after the first stage, when the general classification is initially set, then it'll be in general classification order.
Flora Perkins, the rider on the front of the peloton in the white jersey on the right-hand side. Just behind her, she's got Lily Cousins, who's got the fluorescent yellow gilet on. Both of those riders racing for the Great Britain national team during this race. Both pro riders with Phoenix de Koning, the Women's World Tour squad, here representing their nation. Come into Melrose, in towards Dingleton, into the next Queen of the Mountain of the day, the first categorised one climb of today's stage. 2.6 kilometres long with an average gradient of 6.1%. Got this steep climb out of Melrose. It's been used by the men's tour back in 2017, 2019 and 2024. Big points on offer at the top of this climb. 10 points for the first rider to cross the top. And you can hear the cowbells are ringing. There's plenty of support for the riders as they've gone through Melrose. Melrose itself, of course, famous all over the world as the birthplace of Rugby Sevens, which debuted in the 2016 Rio Olympic Games. You've got the Melrose-born Mark Robertson was among the GB team that brought home the silver medal from those games. The early part of this climb, Hayley, is doing some damage, isn't it? And several riders from UAE Team ADQ are suffering with this, including Eleanor Backstead. You've also got Lara Gillespie. You get the sense that for Little Trek, FDJ Suez, they just want to keep this pressure being applied. And again, we've got another split.
Yeah, and I think what you're going to keep seeing is those groups that were struggling a bit on that first climb, and a gap opened to them, which they then managed to kind of bring back after that first climb. As soon as they've hit this next climb, that gap has reopened.
Look at Nanuska Costa jumping away from this group here. She's been caught out once again, but she's trying to jump across and bridge to that front group here because she knows this is going to be crucial in her bid to take home this blue Queen of the Mountains jersey. She's making good inroads, but it's a lot of energy to expend.
It is.
To find yourself out of position and having to close back down.
Yeah, it takes so much more energy to do that than to almost start at the front and give yourself that bit of slipping room. But you know, they're only on the lower slopes of this climb, and this climb is 2.6 kilometers. So to be struggling, you know, in the first few hundred meters, as we saw happening to some of the riders, this race could actually be in bits by the time we get to the top of this climb. And if the riders keep the pressure on, which is exactly what we saw them doing after the climb of Scott's View, then it's going to be really difficult for riders who are already suffering and have been gapped. I really would like to get a shot or some information about what the gap currently is to Kristen Faulkner and exactly where she is on the road, because we've not seen her for a little while. And you know, obviously she was hopefully going to get a bike change back onto her own bike, but with the pressure that's being put on by the riders from Little Trek, of FDJ Suez, and actually now of Movistar, you know, it could be really difficult for her.
Cecilia Ludwig in that pink jersey. As we go back to the convoy, number 43, this is Sarah Roy, a two-time stage winner of this race. Has Sarah Roy been sent back to try and find and go and bring back Kristen Faulkner, the leader in that green jersey? Because right now the general classification ambitions are sliding away from the USA National Road Race Champion and the Olympic Road Race Champion. We'll keep an eye and we'll bring you any information once we get it from Radio Tour as to how far back Kristen Faulkner is.
We know how strong she is, you know, we know what her endurance is like, and you know, if anyone is able to kind of bring themselves back into contention, it is Kristen Faulkner, but the riders from the other teams are certainly not going to make it easy for her.
For teams, they come in with a plan. They know that they want to try and take the jersey on a day like today. They've got to try and make the race hard. They've got to try and make these climbs hard. They've got to ride to their advantage. And we've already seen earlier on, particularly into the bottom of Scott's View, that FDJ Suez, they wanted to apply the pressure. They wanted to set a really blistering tempo. Now it's the turn of Amber Crack who comes to the front. Lizzie Deignan in that blue, red and yellow jersey, just matching pedal rev for pedal rev to Crack. Red jerseys there of Moira Roldan. You can just see that she's with gritted teeth, the shoulders rocking and rolling.
And is that Lauren Dixon again that I spotted in that front group? There's definitely a rider from Hansling Alba Development Road Team in that front group, and I would imagine that it's Lauren Dixon.
By the looks of things, that is Lauren Dixon on the left-hand side with the pink shoulders, the blue shorts, on the blue bike. Watch out, she's currently able to follow the best riders in the world, and she's only been racing for a little over a year. I hope some of these big teams are watching, Hayley.
The experience of, well, I mean, you know, she's very inexperienced in terms of this level of racing, but the fact that she's managed to be in the correct position in order to make this front split, because it's not just about having the power, having the watts, having the physiological ability to be there, which obviously she does. It's about having the kind of race nous, about having the instincts to be in the correct position when it matters. And the fact that she's been able to do that with her limited experience is so impressive.
Amber Crack takes a little look around over her left-hand shoulder. Towards the front, you've got UAE Team ADQ, including Eleonora Gasparini in that white jersey. Crack came into the day 12th overall at 29 seconds. She's an incredibly strong time trialist. Don't forget, she's quite a master at this kind of performance. Don't forget, she's been able to hold on from breakaways in the past. She's coming up to the top of Dingleton. She takes the 10 points on this Category 1 climb. Elevates herself in the Queen of the Mountains classification over the top. Moira Roldan in the red jersey, picking up some points to add to her 10 points that she picked up yesterday. And here is the green jersey group. She's got number 44, that's Nina Burton, who has gone from the front group. She's dropped back to go and find her leader. The Olympic champion has had a bike change. She looks like she's back on her original bike, having had whatever mechanical problems she did have corrected. Zoom out from this helicopter shot. They're not too far off, actually. So what we need to get a time on that, but that's she comes over the top of the climb. Nina Burton is with her. You've also got a couple of riders from UNOX Mobility, several riders from the SD Works Pro Time, including Marta Lack. This could be a good recovery for the Olympic champion Kristen Faulkner, and the fact that she's got Nina Burton, who is becoming a real diesel engine, and for her and Faulkner, they work so well together.
Yeah, we did see, it was probably Nina Burton, but we did see a rider from EF Education Oatley just move towards the back of the front group, get on the radio, ask for some information, and clearly that was when the call was made. Okay, right, this is the gap, drop back now, come and find Kristen Faulkner and help her get back to the front. I suppose the only question is now, have EF Education Oatley sort of already expended their domestique energy, but you have to choose the right point in which to burn your matches, so to speak, and I think this portion of this stage looks like the time when it was most useful, because actually the race has split. I think we've seen you know, there's some of the decisive moves being made in order to split the peloton into these small groups, and so, you know, they needed to play their cards then, and maybe they have, and now it'll be on Kristen Faulkner to maybe look after herself a little bit.
I guess it's a question of now or never. The longer you leave it, the bigger the gap, the more work you've got to do, so better to commit and send your riders back sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you have to use your energy at the right time, and sometimes that's earlier than potentially you want to, but if that's kind of what's dictated to you by the way the race is going, then that's the decision you have to make. But if you don't use the energy to stay in the race, then there's no point having the energy left, because you're not there to use it. So you know, you use your energy to keep yourself in contention. And then you can make the assessment of, okay, can I now recover? Can I take on some nutrition and you know, potentially recoup some of that energy for later on in the stage? But if you don't use it initially, there's no point having loads of energy left to finish 60th.
Amber Crack, the 30-year-old Dutch rider from Os, has got a handful of seconds. Been left a little trek to do the chasing behind in the red, yellow and blue jersey. We've got a select group of riders, around 25 riders remain, with one rider trying to bridge across. Technical descent coming up for the riders. At the back, you've got a couple of riders from Visma Lisa bike. Number 175 is Imogen Wolf. Watch out for the 19-year-old. Yesterday, she had friends and family who were supporting her at the stage finish in Saltburn by the Sea. Great opportunity for these British riders to have their friends and family to come and support. It's not every day that they can have the nearest and dearest come and cheer them on. But yesterday, she had a family, school friends, cycling friends. Kat Ferguson with her mum and dad were at the finish.
It makes such a difference having that support, and I think particularly for some of these riders who've you know, been cycling at a high level from a young age. You know, sometimes I guess your school friends probably question, like, where are you going every weekend? What are you doing? And the opportunity for them to then see what you're doing and what you've invested all of your efforts in it can be really nice. It's quite incredible to me that we've got 100 kilometers of the stage remaining and such a small group left in contention at this stage. I thought, looking at the profile, that maybe it would be more of a whittling down process and that we'd see, you know, maybe groups of 1, 2, 3, 4 falling off the back. But actually what's happened is it's just splintered.
You feel like it's going to be a conventional stage where a select group of riders go off the front. They're no threat in the general classification. It's all well controlled by the teams aiming for the general classification, and particularly for EF Education only, but it's been far from it. Scott's View has done all of the damage to ignite this race, and then Dingleton has been where it's been lit up. Now Loretta Hansen goes off the front, and it's left to Alessia Vigiglia, the Italian rider for FDJ Suez, to close the gap in the pink jersey at Zoe Backstead. She's the rider with the Red Bull helmet on, trying to follow the wheels. Great ride so far from Zoe Backstead. Flora Perkins there in the white jersey from the Great Britain national team. And at the back of the group, just keeping herself out of trouble, is Kim Lecourt, the Mauritian champion.
It's nice to see that she's obviously recovered a little bit overnight. She's feeling a bit better today, and she's managed to find her way into this front group, which is where we would expect her to be and where she would expect herself to be.
Little Trek are relentless.
Yeah.
They're not giving up the chase here. Lizzie Deignan goes once again. This must be the 5th or 6th time that we're seeing Lizzie Deignan, the former world champion, make a move. They're not wanting to allow any of the impetus to fade in this group.
No, because I suppose in a way as well, with the amount of effort that they've already put in order to make this small group form, they don't want that to go to waste by, you know, the group kind of sitting up and starting to relax. So, you know, they want to make sure that the energy they've expended has been for a reason. And, you know, it's great to see Lizzie Deignan in what will be her final Lloyds Tour of Britain Women, kind of showing herself so well at the front. It's a race she loves. People in the UK love to see her racing, and this is a great show for them.
And these are the kind of roads that she thrives on, where you've got grippy roads and she's taking a look around. She's saying she's getting a bit frustrated. Zoe Backstead is doing the chasing here on the front in that pink jersey, and Lizzie Deignan is on the radio now. No doubt you can see the communication between the two riders and the two teams. Loretta Hansen straight onto the race radio to reply. That was how you can use your race radio and the communication between you. Watch this now. Lizzie Deignan wondering what's going on. Bit of a gesture behind, speaks into the radio, Just watch out for the riders in the red, blue and yellow jerseys who reply straight away on the race radio, the teammates of Deignan. You saw that Lizzie Deignan made that gesture. What is she getting frustrated about?
I think it looks as though, you know, as we just mentioned, the team of Little Trek want to keep the momentum in this group. They want the group to be working together. So maybe Lizzie Deignan wasn't, you know, attacking to try and get herself into a solo move off the front, but actually what she's trying to do is encourage the other riders in that group to keep working. And she was obviously getting frustrated that nobody was kind of looking as though they wanted to work with her to keep the pace high.
Zoe Backstead making the junction to Lizzie Deignan there, but as you were just mentioning, Hayley, that she didn't continue rolling through and keeping the pace going, and so now it's the turn of Emma Norsgaard-Bjørg to try and inject some pace. Megan Jastrab in the indigo and orange jersey of Picnic Postinel, she follows.
So we see again, there's an ebb and flow. So yeah, the Visma Lisa bike riders came to the front, but they then sat up, they haven't gone through. So there's the push forward to increase the pace, and then it just dulls again. The momentum goes out of it, and now we see the blunt front of the group again. And so I think what the Little Trek riders are trying to do is they're trying to keep it rolling through, share the workload, and not just have that you know, constant acceleration, deceleration, because it just takes the momentum out.
Could it be that Cecilia Ludwig has just rejoined this group? We just saw one of the riders from Canyon Strand, Zonda Crypto. You can see her at the back of this group here, come into the back of the group. Could it have been that Zoe Backstead was patrolling, keeping everything together, just waiting for her leader to come back?
Potentially, because she'll have the information from her radio of, okay, don't keep the pace high because Cecilia Ludwig is a couple of seconds off the back. Let her rejoin. And this is where you see the different team ambitions and intentions. You know, for Little Trek, it will be more advantageous for them if the group stays smaller, if Ludwig doesn't come back, whereas obviously Zoe Backstead does want her team leader to come back. So this is where you get the slight you know, not arguments, but different intentions of the different teams.
In the back, just coming through the trees there, you can see several pink jerseys who are on the front, and they've got their leader, Kristen Faulkner. Slowly but surely, they're closing this deficit to the front group.
But this is probably what the team of Little Trek wanted to avoid, because it actually looks like quite a sizable group that are working their way back, and for the riders at the front it's less difficult and to control, and to you know, the rest of the stage will be less complex if the group is smaller. So they want to keep the pressure on to prevent the small group becoming a peloton again.
If you're just joining us, welcome along. It's stage 3, the penultimate stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. The longest stage of the 4 stages, 143.8 kilometres of racing, starting and finishing in Kelso in the square. We had quite a calm start to the stage. It all changed once we got to Scott's View, where it really ignited the race. We started to see plenty of moves go. We got to Dingleton and we saw a select group move forward. In the meantime, the race leader, Kristen Faulkner, has had a bike change. She's a handful of seconds off the back, and she's been chasing as her team, you can see in the background, just come over the brow of the hill. The rain's starting to fall, but Little Trek have been very aggressive. They've been very attentive to try and force moves to go to make sure that this select group stays away, and that some of the bigger rivals, and particularly the leader in the general classification, doesn't come back. There's been plenty of counter-attacks from various different riders and various different teams trying to get themselves involved. We've got 5 Queen of the Mountains in total today, and it's the hardest stage of the 4. My name's Hannah Walker. Alongside me is Hayley Simmons. Sarah Tizet Pro Cycling are wanting to get themselves involved now, as is Flora Perkins in that white jersey, and Emma Norsgaard-Bjørg starts to inject a little bit of pace, and the rain is falling heavily.
Yeah, again, a few seconds ago we saw Lizzie Deignan back on her radio, and then Emma Norsgaard-Bjørg came to the front and started pressing on. And so, you know, clearly Lizzie isn't happy with the way the group has potentially been working or not working together, and so she really is rallying her teammates just to make sure that the pressure stays on. But I think particularly with the weather now taking a bit of a turn for the worse, it's more advantageous to keep this group smaller because there's less risk involved if there are fewer riders there.
How does that change it for the chasing groups then?
Well, it depends if this front group do manage to, you know, find some cohesion and keep pressing on, because the chasing groups behind, their life has already been quite difficult. They've already obviously been struggling enough to have been caught out of position to have these gaps open. So, and they know there are more climbs to come. So if the front group keep pressing on, then they might struggle to close the gap. But it would be interesting to get a time gap and see if it is changing at all. But at the moment, it looks like they've obviously made quite a lot of inroads, but there is a bit more cohesion going on at the front now, and they don't seem to have managed to close the junction that much more behind.
Well, let's pick out a few riders who are in this group. We've got Zoe Backstead, who we've seen from Canyon SRAM's Zonda Crypto. She's the rider in the pink jersey on the pink bike on the left-hand side with the Red Bull helmet. In the white jersey with the black gilet that's unzipped, flapping in the wind with the white helmet, that's the Polish champion Dominika Wlodaszek of UAE Team ADQ. Just to her left-hand side in the pink jersey, that's Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig, the Danish rider and a former stage winner of the Tour de France Femmes. You can see she's just unzipping the gilet. There's a number of riders there from Picnic Post NL, including Charlotte Cole on the far right-hand side. Great performance so far from former wearer of the yellow jersey and a stage winner, multiple stage winner on the Tour de France Femmes. And coming back into the front part of the race, Lorena Wiebe is #1 in the white jersey with the European bands around her chest. She's also got a teammate, and that's Skylar Schneider, who's with her, patrolling her back. And there is a look at the green jersey, who is making an injection of pace right now just to seal the deal and get back into the front part of that group. Job well done from Nina Berton to drop back from the front group to help her teammate. She's number 44 in the pink jersey. Also here in the group is number 54, and that is Alice Towers, a former British road race champion. Shoulders rocking and rolling, number 81, the Uno-X rider, that is Anushka Costa in the blue jersey. So the group is going to swell. A number of riders getting themselves back, including several riders from Liverpool, Jaco. A couple of the Great Britain national team riders are coming back too. We're going to get to the bottom of our next Queen of the Mountain of the day in 9 kilometers time. They'll get to the base of Dunion Hill, a category 1 climb with 82.6 kilometers to go.
That was a great job by Nina Berton, and now it'll just be a case of whether she can kind of tuck herself in, take a little bit of recovery, and just make sure that she can kind of stay in that group so that she is on hand if Christian Faulkner is to need her later on. But you know, that was really good teamwork, a really good example of the communication between riders, between the team car and the riders, and yeah, it's just a really good job from them.
Into the conditions that Lizzie Deignan favours the most. The rain continues to fall. Look at the way that, with gritted teeth, this is a sight we've seen so many times throughout her career. Dishing out the herd,
yeah,
pushing the pace.
Absolutely.
She's a master.
She is tactically, just her race craft and her reading of a race is exceptional, and it's great to see her show herself like this. I think, as you mentioned, she won't be fazed by the fact that it started raining. She loves this, and yeah, it's great to see her.
I don't know about you, but once she retires at the end of this year, and I know we've had some incredible years watching her race, winning the Tour of Flanders, winning that world title in Richmond 10 years ago, amongst many other incredible victories she's had throughout her career. But I'm going to miss her style of racing.
Yeah.
That real tactical nous, the way she's able to read a race, as you say, she's such a joy to watch.
Yeah, and she's a great person to be around when you're on a team with her as well. So it was my first World Championships racing on the team when she won that world title, and the kind of inspiration to the rest of us, to the rest of the team, was incredible. And to be able to pick up some things from her, some of her race knowledge. It's great for some of the young riders, and she's kind of, I guess, had the opportunity to mentor some of these young riders that have come through, not only on her trade teams but also on the Great Britain national team. I think as a nation of riders, we've taken a lot from having her experience in the peloton for so long.
Certainly think you're right. Certainly think you're right.
All of those clothes that were discarded. I was gonna say, Loretta Hansen will be back to the little Trek team car in a minute to ask for all those gilets and arm warmers back.
Barbara Grishke just making that look so simple, so easy. She also makes her way back to the front of the race after that chase alongside her teammate Marta Lack, number 3. Arm warmers on, arm warmers off, arm warmers on, gilet off, gilet back on. Rain jackets will be needed once again, and you can see just from these camera motorbike shots, the rain is falling heavily here. It doesn't look like it's getting any better when you take a look at the clouds up ahead.
No, I didn't want to say anything before it actually started.
Don't want to jinx it, do we?
Before it started raining, but there was one moment where I saw some grey, some rather dark and foreboding clouds in the background, and I nearly said, oh, it looks like it could rain, and surely enough, we've come to Scotland, and yeah, it's slightly damp.
Ryder's just taking the corner a little bit gingerly. Good opportunity now that things have started to settle down after a pretty ferocious previous 15 kilometers. An opportunity to take on some fuel, take on some food, hydration. The right-hand side, Zoe Backstead just putting on her gilet. On a day like today, it's really important to keep yourself well topped up with gels, with bars, because it's been such a hard start to this race already. You've already expended so much energy. Yeah. And today, when it's raining, sometimes they're the kind of days where you almost forget to fuel yourself.
Yeah, especially with the bottles, actually, because when it's a bit cooler, you don't feel as thirsty, so you can maybe forget to drink sometimes. And often, we mentioned it yesterday, but often you have quite a lot of carbohydrates within those bottles. You'll have your energy drink, so if you're not drinking as much, then maybe you're not taking on as many carbohydrates. And you know, there's been a lot of research done on things like dehydration and how much power you can lose just from you know, a 2% kind of dehydration. So when it is a bit cooler and the riders are maybe not thinking so much about needing to drink, and on such a long stage, it can really show at the end of a stage if riders haven't kept on top of their nutrition as well.
Nice little moment there from Alex Manley and Zoe Backstead. Just a little signal, a little sign which way the road is going, a little signal for the riders behind. Number 185 in the fluorescent gilet, that's Ella McLean-Howell, the 20-year-old British rider. Currently sits 42nd overall in the general classification at 4:57. She's got a big job on her hands to try and help Flora Perkins and Millie Cousins today. Particularly Millie Cousins, the highest placed rider of the Great Britain national team. 11th overall at 23 seconds. The far left-hand side, Megan Jastrab in the indigo and orange jersey of Picnic Postenel. Still a couple of riders making their way through the convoy. A couple of the team cars moving forward to come and assist some of their riders.
Yeah, now that there's a slight lull, things are going a little bit easier. This is an opportunity for riders in that front group to potentially move back and go to their team car. And we actually just saw Lizzie Deignan just making a small indication to the riders behind her just to slow a little bit, because there's this standing water, I believe, on this corner that they're about to take. And it's quite a nasty turn there, especially on the wet roads. And Lizzie was just, you know, at her kind of standing within the peloton. People respect her, people listen to her, and so if
she's a real leader, isn't she?
Exactly. So if someone like her goes to the front and says, you know what, girls, let's take some of the speed off, let's not take any risks, you know, let's get through this nice and safely. She goes to the front, she indicates just slow down, there's something coming up, and people respect that, people see it, and it makes the race safer for everyone.
You need those kind of patrons within the peloton.
You absolutely do, and you know, people come to mind like Audrey Cordon-Rigaud is a great example of a rider who was, you know, had such a standing within the women's peloton. People listened to her, people you know, respected her. She has so much experience in racecraft that if riders like her or Lizzie or Elisa Longo Borghini, you know, if they come to the front and say, let's you know, let's do this or be careful of this, then everyone listens.
Taking a look on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see Letizia Paternoster. Oh, good save. Slide and drift. Held that one well, but you can see these roads are pretty slick, and there's no wonder that riders like Lizzie Deignan are just telling the group that she's in, we need to take it a little bit carefully on some of these descents with the standing water that we've got on these country roads. Good save from Paternoster.
When conditions change during the course of a stage, it makes things quite difficult because, you know, obviously teams will have looked at the weather forecast and thought, you know, what could it do today? But if we said yesterday they started dry, there was still some bits of slightly damp road that riders might not have been expecting, so that's one thing. But it's very, very boring, I apologise, but tyre pressures.
But it's important.
Exactly. So you'll start a stage that maybe you expect to remain dry, and you'll then put slightly more pressure in your tyres. If it then becomes very, very wet, you would want lower pressure in your wheels, but you can't necessarily just stop in the middle of the stage, take some pressure out, and go again. So these things can just make it slightly more complicated in terms of some of the bike handling and you know, what the riders are going to have to face.
If you know roughly there's the weather forecast and it's going to rain perhaps half an hour, 45 minutes into a stage, would you just go with wet weather pressure?
I would. Yeah, and especially some of these more rural roads as well, as we've seen, it would also be advantageous from that point of view to be running possibly a slightly lower pressure as well, because it minimises the risk of potentially hitting something sharp and getting a puncture. And the way things are going on the road as well, riders and teams are starting to favour slightly wider tyres than we've seen in the past, and tubeless tyres as well, and all of those things mean that you can run a slightly lower pressure, which does make it easier in wet conditions or on roads where you might face some potholes or you know, not perfect surface.
In terms of that pressure then, talking either PSI or bar, what would riders be running on a day like today where you've got these heavy roads, rolling roads? See here on the right hand side, Chiara Consoni is looking for a team car, and you've got the wet weather conditions, and we've started on wet roads. Although it wasn't raining at the start in Kelso, there had been a big downpour earlier on.
Yeah, it depends a lot. So your tyre pressure will depend on the weight of the rider, it will depend on the surface that you're going to ride over, it depends a lot on your tyre width. So it's very much a case of taking all of those factors into consideration together and then coming up with a tyre pressure. And often you'll also see riders run a slightly lower pressure, maybe in their front tyre compared to the back tyre. What you have now, which is incredibly useful, is different bike manufacturers or tyre manufacturers or group set manufacturers have pressure tools on their websites. So what you can do is you can go onto a website, you can insert total system weight, so rider weight plus bike weight. You can insert the width of your front tyre, the width of your rear tyre, whether you're going to be on perfect buttery smooth roads or gravel, and you input all of that information, and the website will then spit back out at you a pressure, an idealised pressure for your front wheel and for your back wheel. And obviously riders will then tailor it to what they also want to ride, what they find comfortable, but it at least is a good starting point.
Back onto completely dry roads for the riders through that downpour as they made their way through Denham. Head out around the large village green that we've passed by, plays host to the star of the annual Jimmy Guthrie Memorial Run. See hundreds of vintage cars and bikes take to the road to commemorate the accomplishments of the Hoyt-born motorbike star of the 1920s and 1930s. It's also a regular host of the Steve Hislop Memorial Run, sadly commemorating another local mountain bike legend tragically taken too early. As we make our way through Denham, we just take a look at that second group in the chase. Number of riders who are in that group. And this feels a little bit like the calm before the storm. Before we get to Dunion Hill, we'll get to the base of that climb, that first categorised climb with 82.6 kilometres to go. They'll crest the top of the climb with 78.9 kilometres to go. 3.8 kilometres in total, average gradient 5%. Chiara Consoni's on jacket duty.
I think that's probably why she went back and was calling the team car a minute ago. So she's obviously got the job of going and picking up the discarded clothing that maybe she dropped off a bit earlier on. She's going to get it back. And
opting for another nutrition method, eating jackets instead of food.
Actually, I think it's probably worth pointing out that, you know, some of these riders make some of these skills that we've seen over the last few days look quite easy, and they're really not. And even things as simple as going back and picking up bottles from the team car, or making sure you can safely grab bottles from your soigneurs at the side of the road. All of these things do take a bit of practice, and obviously some riders who've been doing it from a really young age are just so practiced at it now that it's second nature. But, you know, teams will actually sometimes have skills days, skill sessions on their camps where they practice going back to a team car, picking stuff up, delivering it to the riders ahead of them, making sure they can take bottles at, you know, almost 100% success rate, and all of those things. And that's why it looks so easy to us watching now, but it's not.
And it's not to sound patronising, these are fully fledged professionals,
yeah,
but they make it look simple, they make it look easy. Looking at Barbara Gorishki before, the way that she was able to seamlessly put on her arm warmers, gilet, she was very comfortable, very relaxed. You can see her there at the front on the drops in the purple and yellow jersey of SD Works Pro Time. But they make it look simple.
Sitting up with no hands on your bars and putting on a flapping rain jacket in pouring rain and wind is not that easy. And the other thing, and I'm sure it was Barbara Gorishki, which is why it comes to mind, but that stage of Tour de France Fairmavic Zwift, where Demi Vollering came over the top of a climb and she wanted to put on a rain jacket, yes, ready for the descent, and I'm sure it was Barbara Gorishki, yes, standing at the side of the road, literally held the rain jacket, and Demi Vollering slotted one arm in first as Gorishki was holding the jacket, took the rest of the jacket, and they made it. It looked so smooth.
It was incredible.
And it was absolutely amazing.
You're quite right. It was exceptional. Into the third queen of the mountain of the day, Dunion Hill. This Category 1 climb, 3.8 kilometres long, an average gradient of 5%. The second of our Category 1 climbs. Riders from FDJ Suez take bottles early on at the base of this climb. All of the soigneurs have made the way from previous feed zones to the base of Dunion Hill. I'll have to try and find that video again of Barbara Gorishki and Demi Vollering and share it so the viewers can see, because it was a work of art almost, wasn't it?
It
Top
was.
skills.
I had to go back and watch it a few times because it was so smooth. It was so well executed.
It's like a magic trick.
It was so well executed.
This climb's only been used once in the past in a race. That was in the men's tour during 2024. Big points on offer as we see the chasing group behind. Anna Morris here in the white jersey of the Great Britain national team is trying to bridge her way across. Other riders in this group are Eleanor Backstead in the white jersey for UAE team ADQ. You can also see the South African champion, and that is Sanara Grove. She's in this group, as is Letizia Borghese. Yesterday we saw Anna Morris be involved in that crash, including Femke Marquez and Lorena Wiebes with 27 kilometres to go. Didn't manage to fight her way back on after that crash. But Anna Morris is 54th overall at 6 minutes and 11 seconds. And unlike the other Queen of the Mountains that we've seen so far, Hayley, this is a very different look as we see the safety car trying to come by the peloton here, try and get their way through, as Kat Ferguson on the front in the white jersey is just trying to move herself over. So is Letizia Paternoster in the purple jersey with the black gilet. You can see there's a lot of communication. They're wanting to let this car by.
It's quite difficult on a climb because you want to let the car by. You want, obviously, you want it to be safe. But at the same time, you don't necessarily want to slip back in the group and move towards the back so that you can move to the left-hand side of the road, because by moving back, you potentially put yourself at a bit of a disadvantage, particularly if somebody decides to attack off the front at that moment. So, you know, it can be a bit of a judgment call by both the driver of the car and also the riders of the best place to overtake.
And that being said, that was a pretty slick overtake there on that part of the climb. Swiftly done.
Yeah, and this road, as you said, is it is a little bit wider than the roads from the other two climbs that we saw earlier, which does give that opportunity for the cars to move through. But there are all these kind of difficulties and things that happen within the racing that we don't always see, that are kind of executed really smoothly by the experience of the riders and of the drivers of the cars.
Number 22 at the back here is Ali Wollaston on the far left side on the blue bike, black jersey on. Anna Morris is making good inroads to try and bridge back to this front group.
She's really strong, and she's obviously, we know her well from the track, from the pursuit, but she's also a really strong time trialist. And so actually, you know, the ability to work her way through the convoy and just keep pedaling at a really strong but consistent rhythm is something that will come quite naturally to her. So, you know, assuming that there's no crazy accelerations at the front, then she could actually work her way back through quite well. This is not a good day to be in a full white race suit, is it?
Seeing Lorena Wiebes in a full skin suit, though, and a racing skin suit, tells me that she means business today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those little details just give away potentially what a rider is thinking of on a day like today.
Like yesterday, when obviously it was wet to start and a lot of the peloton had waterproof overshoes on, we saw Tiffany keep in an aero overshoe, and again a racing skin suit, and that indicated that perhaps she did have the intention to get into a breakaway, get up the road, and she wanted as much aerodynamic advantage as possible. And it's something that's really important for sprinters, because at the speeds they're going, having any little bit of flapping kit can be a real disadvantage. So I think we can see that Lorena Wiebes is intending to give it a go at the finish, and she thinks, as we said earlier, we thought that she can get over all of these climbs in that front group.
In terms of energy expenditure, how much does it cost you if you've got a gilet flapping in the wind, or you've got a loose item of clothing? Because if you think back to, what, 15 years ago, it was the norm to have a pretty loose-fitting jersey. You'd have a jersey and bib shorts on, and nowadays it's the norm to see a rider racing in a skin suit. And back then, you would only race in a skin suit if you were racing on the track or if you were racing in a time trial.
Yeah, and you know, it's these fine margins, isn't it? And so maybe it is only a handful of watts, but when everyone is optimizing everything, you know, that everyone's training really hard, everyone's getting their nutrition dialed, their recovery dialed. You don't want to give away anything. You want every single watt, because when the margins are so tight, those small differences really matter. And so you want to make sure you don't have a flapping number or a flapping gilet. And so, yeah, the riders are really optimized for everything. And we don't just see it in cycling now, we see it also in running. You know, rather than having really baggy vest tops or t-shirts, we are seeing more of the kind of skin tight, you know, lycra, because it matters for that as well.
I've often wondered with athletics and running about their jerseys and about their vests, because it seemed normal to have a skin suit on or have tight-fitting bib and shorts. And it's good to see that perhaps things are catching up a little bit and they're realising we are potentially losing out on a handful of seconds over a long-distance race, or, of course, hundredths of a second in a sprint.
Yeah, and I'm pleased to see that Dominika Vladyacek has actually done her gilet up, and you can tell that I come from time trialing, where I pay attention to these flapping clothes and flapping numbers, and you know, these kind of marginal advantages, because it was upsetting me a little bit that for the Queen of the Mountains sprints that she had that flapping gilet, but she's done it up now. So
but across a long stage, it all adds up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It might only be a handful of watts, but actually when it's a handful of watts over 143 kilometres, and they're having to just expend that little bit more energy for the entire stage, it really makes a difference.
Nina Burton from the front of the race to the chasing group to help her leader, Kristen Faulkner, back to the front of the race in that pink jersey. Strong Luxembourgish rider, you can see, has got her leader, Kristen Faulkner, in that green jersey in the wheel. She's showing why she's so valuable to EF Education Oatly. On the left-hand side, you've got Jadville of FDJ Suez. Lorena Weber's in that white jersey with the blue helmet on the left-hand side. Mara Roldan in the red jersey as yesterday's stage winner. She's wearing that points classification jersey, just borrowing it off the shoulders of Kristen Faulkner, because, of course, the green leader's jersey trumps the red jersey. There's a different feel to this kind of climb, the way that it's been raced.
Yeah, I think there hasn't been the kind of one team at the front kind of attacking like we saw a little bit with FDJ Suez on the previous climbs, but I think the pace is hard. You can see riders at the back getting out of the saddle.
Coming to the top of the climb, coming to the top of Dunion Hill, and it's Dominika Vladyacek, the Polish champion, who's wanting to take maximum points. Job well done, 10 points into the pocket of the pole. Just behind FDJ Suez, picking up 9 points.
Yeah, she's picked up points on several climbs today now, and she was sitting in 4th in the QOM competition going into today's stage. She had 12 points at the start of today, whereas Kristen Faulkner, who currently leads that classification or led at the start of the stage, was on 18. So, you know, that's only a deficit of 6 points, and as we've mentioned several times, there are 38 points on offer today, and everything can change. So I think the Polish champion is really looking to take over the lead at the top of that classification.
The cars go by in the convoy. Anna Morris isn't going to have any assistance at all to try and bridge back to the front of this race.
It's quite demoralising when you've worked your way up through all of those cars, and then not that much later they come back past you again. So she'll just have to find her rhythm again, keep plugging away, and hope that it maybe sits up again in that front group now that they've crested the climb, and that she's able to work her way through the cars once more.
Inside 78 kilometres to go on stage 3, the penultimate stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women, the Scottish Border stage from Kelso. to Kelso, finishing in the square, 143.8 kilometres of racing, the longest of the 4 stages, the 2,172 metres of elevation. We've had an active start to the stage. It took a while for the stage to ignite, but once they got to that first Queen of the Mountain of the day on Scott's View, the rivals unleashed their leaders, and that's when we started to see a lot of movement happening. The leader in the race in the green jersey, Kristen Faulkner, had a bike change. You can see she's back in the group now. She's on the far right-hand side with the pink helmet, the green jersey. She had a bike change with her teammate Babette van der Wolf, and it took a while for the Olympic champion to come back to the front of the race. And meanwhile, they were taking on Dingleton, the Category 1 climb. Over the top of that little track, were wanting to try and force that select group to stay clear and deter any riders to come back to the front of the race. They were aggressive, they were attentive. They certainly threw everything into that kind of tactic. In the end, the large group did regain the front of the race, including Anuska Costa. And the leader in the green jersey of the general classification made it back in, thanks to her teammates. Particularly a special mention to Nina Burton. Kim LaCourt is having a problem as we come into Jedburgh. You can see that the chain is off. If you're just joining us, welcome along. This is going to be an exciting stage because it's where the general classification could be decisive. It could be where it changes. My name's Hannah Walker. Alongside me is Hayley Simmons. And at the back here, Kim LaCourt, the Mauritian champion, one of 5 national champions in the race. While she's having a mechanical problem off the back, Sarah Tizit Pro Cycling in the red and blue jerseys are pushing the pace into this town.
Yeah, it did look like she'd luckily managed to just use the mechanical shifting just to, the electronic shifting just to shift it back onto the chainring there, without having to actually stop and physically put the chain back onto the chainring. Oh, and another attack, is that Lizzie Deignan again attacking. She's been so active throughout today's stage. Just really keeping the pressure on. Little track just really seem to have the intention of, whenever these little splits arise, which are coming on every climb, just to try and keep the splits open, keep the group small as possible and stop chasing groups coming back together.
Lizzie Deignan just assessing the situation. It looks as though this is Tunja Beekhouse in the red jersey from UnoX Mobility. One rider from FDJ Suez is patrolling the move, and that's Alessia Vigilia. A little further back, you've got the white jersey of the European champion, and Anuska Costa and Kim LaCourt both finding themselves off the back of this group. Anuska Costa is looking for the team card. Does she have a problem? Does she have an issue? By the looks of things, she doesn't have a puncture, but has she got another kind of mechanical problem? Does she want some food or fuel from the team car? We know that Kim LaCourt had that mechanical problem coming into Jedburgh.
It's difficult to know what she wants because, in my mind, that wouldn't be the optimal time to call for nutrition, for example. But it didn't look like she had an obvious problem.
You can see there's a split in the 2 groups here at the front of the race. Each and every time that Little Trek make a huge acceleration, it does some damage.
It does, and then, but I wondered if we might see more frustration from Lizzie Deignan again there, because she made that effort to kind of keep the pace on, to keep that gap open, and then she rolled off the front, and a rider from UnoX Mobility rolled through, but then immediately almost sat it up and didn't continue with that work that Lizzie had done. And previously on the stage, we've seen Lizzie kind of air her frustration with that happening, and surely again she's sure enough, she's gone back to the front. She's re-injecting that pace, and I think what will happen is she'll swing off. She'll hope that somebody else continues, and nobody's coming through, and she's on the radio again.
Which team do you need to come through and continue that pace and keep things rolling through and keep that momentum going? Because we've seen a couple of times now that Sarah Tizit Pro Cycling have taken up the mantle. But is there another team that also should be doing that kind of job as well and contributing?
It's difficult to say because, you know, so a potential stage winner is there in Lorena Wiebes. You've got Kristen Faulkner still in the group. So their teams aren't going to be, you know, trying to make it loads harder. I mean, Kristen Faulkner doesn't really, she's only got one teammate there. So Nina Baton is, I think it's Nina Baton, she's not going to waste effort keeping the pace high. She'll be more interested in saving any energy in case she needs it to help Kristen Faulkner later in the stage. So I suppose you've got teams like FDJ who are maybe going to be more opportunists on the stage. It would be more in their interest to keep the pace a bit higher, but yeah, it's difficult to say.
Now it's the turn of Loretta Hansen. Nina Burton is the rider in the pink jersey of EF Education only. She's not going to assist with this kind of pace because right now she's probably very happy with the situation. Keep and protect Kristen Faulkner as best as possible. And meanwhile, Anna Morris has found herself between a rock and a hard place because she's had a long old chase over Dunion Hill. She was making those inroads, but down the descent and down into Jedburgh. At one point, she could see the group just up ahead.
It was tantalisingly close, wasn't it? And then,
crushing, isn't it?
Yeah, and then probably one of the attacks from or injections of pace from Lizzie Deignan came and just opened that gap back up, and so it's a bit of a lonely ride for Anna Morris at the moment.
This weather's treacherous, isn't it?
It is, and
does it change psychologically for certain riders when they see these and they're experiencing these kind of weather conditions?
Some riders really hate it. They really don't like riding in these kind of conditions, and I think for the riders that actually relish it, riders like Lizzie Deignan, mentally that's an advantage.
You can see Anna Morris is back in this chasing group, including Eleanor Backstead. While she's given up that chase, it's a good effort, but for Anna Morris, on your own against a group of, 40 riders is going to be very, very difficult. Also in this group, you've got Fava Bastiansen, number 143. This is the South African champion, Sonara Grove. Number 2, you can see, is Femke Marcus. She's in the purple jersey. Just rolling through here, number 95, that's Lucia Ruiz-Perez in the white jersey of Movistar. Number 134 is Liv Wenzel, the Luxembourgish rider in that lime green and black jersey. At the back of the group, number 155, you've got Robin Clay in the blue and lime green jersey of Das Hutchinson. If they can get themselves organised in that chasing group, they could stand a chance. It's 52 seconds, it's not all over, but you've got to have someone who is almost a leader, a captain in that group, and saying, let's start working together, let's try and come back to that front group.
Yeah, and obviously you just asked about who would maybe contribute to keeping the pace on in the front group, and actually maybe one of the reasons that they are doing it is because, as you said, the conditions are treacherous, and having slightly fewer riders there does just make it a bit safer. So it's maybe the riders, the teams who are more worried about keeping it a bit safer. Maybe it's those teams that are more keeping the pace high, but we are seeing a bit of an ebb and flow at the moment. The riders who want to make it harder, the teams that want to keep it strung out, they go to the front and make a big effort, and then with other riders not being that interested in contributing, it then just sits up again. And it's difficult for the chasers behind, because they'll hear on the radios or they'll see on the boards, oh, we're catching, and then that time gap will just go out again, and it can be mentally quite difficult, especially when you know that there's still 70 kilometers of the stage and of this weather remaining.
We're on one of the most southern parts of today's course, travelling in an anti-clockwise direction. We pass through Jedburgh, the historic royal borough of Jedburgh, sitting just 10 miles north of the border with England. Got the 17th century Jedburgh position as the frontier town, placed in the midst of the national battles and cross-border raids. At Sandstone Abbey of the banks of the Jedwater, founded back in 1138. That was by David I. It's pillaged and rebuilt many times. Barbarishki. The temperatures are starting to fall, starting to drop here. She's opted for the long-fingered gloves.
Yeah, full-on winter gloves coming out now. Sometimes when it gets so wet like this, it can just, the cold can just suddenly hit you, and especially with your hands, you need to be worrying about being able to control your bike, cover your brakes.
Think about your extremities.
Exactly, and as soon as your hands get too cold, suddenly it can become very, very difficult to operate your levers properly. Actually, I remember, I think it was stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women back in 2021. And it was the stage in Warwick, and it was really wet, and I can remember just how cold my hands were. And at one point, you know, I tried to use my brake and almost struggled to pull the lever, and those things can add extra dangers. And actually, it can just be a wise decision to put your winter gloves on, keep your hands warm, and make sure that everything's still fully functioning.
Former British champion Alice Towers, number 54 in the pink jersey, the pink bike. Just to her left-hand side, one of the riders who's been incredibly active today, Loretta Hansen of Lidl Trek. Alice Towers, of course, at the service of teammate Cecilia Ludwig today. She's 8th overall at 16 seconds in the general classification. And so far, Cecilia Ludwig, while she's been there, she's been keeping her powder dry. She's not been too prominent thus far in the race, and you get the sense that at some point we're going to see a move from the Dane.
Yeah, she's so
she animates.
She animates races so well, doesn't she? So yeah, I would expect to see something from her. And Sarah Tizet again animating things. I actually wonder if one of the reasons Lidl Trek have been so active is they are coming up to an intermediate sprint, and the intermediate sprint has some bonus seconds, and currently Rhiannon Marcus is in the GC at a deficit of 4 seconds. 4 seconds. So I wonder if that's actually one of the reasons that Lidl Trek have been quite so aggressive, you would say, in terms of their racing style, is maybe they hope that they can sweep up some bonus seconds at that sprint.
Sarah Tizet Pro Cycling, the team in the blue and red jerseys. Now a small group of riders start to move forward, Lizzie Dyden included, Dominika Wlodaszek, Ruby Roseman Gannon sitting third wheel with the black gilet, the purple long sleeve on. Just behind her is Tunja Beekhouse in the red jersey with the yellowy orange helmet, just looking around over her left-hand shoulder. Amber Pate is moving herself forward, as is Ord Bianik of Movistar. Lorena Wiebes so far looking comfortable on today's stage. She's on the far left side in the white skin suit with the blue helmet on the European champion. Two riders from Visma Lease Bike in the yellow jerseys, Imogen Wolf being one of those, and Neke Veenhoven. Linda Reedman up towards the front too. Flora Perkins in the white jersey on the far right-hand side from the Great Britain national team. Big acceleration from Ord Bianik, the rider from Brittany. Of course, this could work well for Kat Ferguson. Kat Ferguson came into the day 4th overall at 14 seconds, and given the way that she's climbing, the way she's sprinting, and she's such a master at positioning, Kat Ferguson believes that she could finish on the podium today, and she's got someone so experienced like Ord Bianik in this white jersey on the front right now. She turned pro back in 2013, and there's no better rider, no better teammate to have.
No, she has such experience of all of these races, and of the way the peloton races, that she's a great person to have on your team. And we've seen over the last 2 days how she's really committed herself, as have actually all of the Movistar riders. They've committed themselves in service of Kat Ferguson because they also believe that she can do it.
Chasers are still persisting. This is Sarah Roy, the former Australian road race champion of EF Education Oatly, two-time stage winner of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women, winning one of those stages in Chesterfield.
It's interesting to see Sarah Roy actually on the front pushing on with this group because, you know, her team leader is in that group ahead, so potentially she's not concerned about anyone else who's with her in that group necessarily being a threat, and that actually in this moment it's more important for her to get herself back to that front group so that Kristen Faulkner has another teammate?
Currently, Kristen Faulkner only has Nina Burton because Mira Carnarvon had done a lot of work earlier on. Babette van der Wolf had given Kristen Faulkner her bike, and of course she would have been waiting at the roadside for a fair while for the team car to come through. Letizia Borghese, we saw, was distanced earlier on. Then you've got, that only leaves you with Nina Burton and Kristen Faulkner in the front group, so perhaps for EF Education Oatly, they preferred to have one other rider in that group to help and assist with Burton.
Exactly, it's a balancing act, isn't it? Because you don't necessarily want, if your team leader is ahead, then normally you wouldn't want to help bridge gaps to take more riders across and kind of, you know, make it more difficult for your team leader, I suppose, in terms of increasing the number of competitors. But then there is the situation of, okay, well, actually we want more domestiques there, so then it's a decision to be made on the road.
And looking at this group and the makeup of this group, you've got 3 riders from UAE Team ADQ. You can see Eleanor Backstead in the white jersey just having a discussion with Sarah Roy. She's joined by 2 teammates, one of those being the former Irish road race champion, that's Laura Gillespie. She's also got Sophia Bertanzolo in the group. We've got Anna Morris, who we already saw tried to bridge across without success, but this could be her ticket to the front group again. On the front here, you've got Nienke Veenhoven in the yellow jersey of Visma Lisa bike. Femke Marcus is in the group from SD Works Pro Time. 1 rider from Hess Cycling, and I think that is Liv Wenzel, the Luxembourgish rider. 1:12. They've got some work to do. They're going to pass through that first intermediate sprint, and that's the first passage of the line into the square in Kelso with 53.7 kilometres to go. The next Queen of the Mountain doesn't come until Scott's View at 38 kilometres remaining, so they've got time. Given the fact that there's a little bit of a lull here in the front group here, let's call them the peloton, this could work well for our chasers.
Yeah, there's a lot of strength in that chasing group, so they do have a good opportunity to make it back. I think we will definitely see accelerations from this lead group as they approach the intermediate sprint, because those bonus seconds are going to be hotly contested. So it'll be a case of how much time can the chasing group make before that acceleration starts. After the accelerations, will there then be a kind of another lull in the front group? Will it sit up a bit? And all of those things are going to determine what happens with this gap. But there's certainly, especially with the fact that there are multiple riders from Team UAE ADQ, you know, if they work well together and then Sarah Roy works with them, then they could get some really good cohesion and work well together, and that will then play into the hands of the chasing group and mean that potentially they're able to get back on terms with the lead group. More riders just taking the opportunity of a slight lull, of a slight decrease in pace to make sure they're wearing the clothing that they want given the conditions, because the rain is really falling quite hard, and we can see Anna Henderson there just sat at the back, just adding a kind of a gab, a waterproof a top or a gilet, and just the riders making sure that they're keeping themselves warm in these tough conditions, because you know, as they become pretty wet, they're going to start to feel the cold. So it's really important to take on nutrition, to make sure that you're eating well, you're hydrating well. And Anna's just having a bit of a stretch and maybe trying to get a bit of feeling back into her fingers, because I think the weather conditions are really impacting all of the riders on today's stage. Nina Burton there is doing a really good job of just sitting in front of Kristen Faulkner, just keeping an eye on things, and actually, you know, making sure that the pace is good, but also not too high, just giving Kristen Faulkner a chance to kind of recoup some energy, maybe take on some food, and just really keep herself safe, tucked on the wheel of her teammate. And I think the EF Education Oatly team as a whole have done a really good job, not just on today's stage, but in the race as a whole, just working well together, keeping communicating. But especially today, when Kristen Faulkner had that bike problem, you know, she needed the bike of her teammate, and then she needed a bike change, and then of course there was the communication to Nina Burton to drop back at exactly the right moment to go back for her team leader and help bring her back up to the front group. And as a squad, I think they've ridden really intelligently and really impressively.
One of the first moments we've got to take a look at Rihanna Marcus on today's stage. She's the rider at the back of this group here with the navy blue shorts, the black jacket on. Don't forget, she sits second overall in the general classification at 4 seconds. She's managed to keep herself almost anonymous today.
Yeah, but she does have a number of teammates in this front group. You know, we've seen a lot of her teammates super active on the front. We've seen Loretta Hansen, we've seen Lizzie Deignan, and obviously Anna Henderson is sat there as well, just ahead of Rihanna Marcus. She was shaking her hands out a second ago, just trying to get some feeling back into them. And I wonder if they're, as a team, preparing themselves for this intermediate sprint, maybe having a bit of a chat between themselves about how they're potentially going to try and take bonus seconds and really put Rihanna Marcus in contention for the overall classification win here.
It's a good sign, isn't it, when you've got a rider who is able to rely on the teammates to do a lot of the work, to really push the pace. That's exactly what we've seen from Loretta Hansen and Lizzie Deignan. And you can remain anonymous. You can sit in this group. You don't have to be the rider who is controlling everything and all of the moves that are going up the road. You can just save as much energy as possible, sit in the wheels. Kat Ferguson at the back here in the white jersey, number 92. Not only the best British rider, but also the leader in the youth classification in that white jersey. Alex Manley just up ahead, number 105 for AG Insurance Soudal.
We've seen every day, actually, that the Little Trek squad have always had numbers. So on that first day, you know, when they were trying to catch Kim LaCourte and Kristen Faulkner on the run into the finish, Little Trek still had multiple riders in that chasing group, in what was quite a small chasing group. So they've always had numbers, and that's meant that they've had several cards to play, and it's turned out that Rihanna Marcus is currently their best placed rider, but again, in this group here, they probably have the most numbers of any team here, which
I think you're right.
Which gives them a lot of strength, and it means that they do have the opportunity to potentially pick up some bonus seconds and kind of elevate Rihanna Marcus up into that leader's jersey.
Good opportunity there to see Kat Ferguson waiting for a team car to come to the back of the peloton, just behind the commissaire car, the white car there. Wanting some assistance. She can have a little chat to the sports director, Kelvin Decker. There's certainly a moment of calm, almost a reset in this peloton. Little discussions going on between the two riders from Uno X Mobility in those red and yellow jerseys. Tonya Beekhouse being one of those. Far left side, you can see Ruby Roseman Gannon, and we've got a problem here for one of our riders, number 162 of Hansling Alba Development Road Team. This is Lauren Dixon, who's got a rear wheel puncture. She's lifting her arm. She's wanting a wheel change, or at least a bike change from her team. She'll want to try and keep riding for as long as possible. Not let the peloton out of her side too much, but just to wait and try and ride on that flat tire for as long as possibly.
So the ideal thing to do, if you can, and obviously it depends on how flat your tyre is and how quickly you're losing pressure, but if you can just sit right at the back of the group that you're in whilst asking for assistance, and until the commissaire's car communicates to you, or your car communicates to you that they're literally right behind the commissaire, you know, you want to lose as much ground as possible.
And looks like there's a puncture here for Alex Manley. She's got a rear wheel puncture too, the Australian rider for AG Insurance Soudal. So Lauren Dixon stops on the left-hand side of the road,
grabs her bike computer ready for a bike change, but she's now losing a lot more ground than would have been ideal. She wanted to stop herself losing quite that much ground, but obviously she couldn't keep riding at this moment, and I think unfortunately for her team car is quite far back in this convoy. So down.
This is going to be a long chase for Lauren Dixon, isn't it?
It is. I mean, she's currently within the convoy, so she can take advantage of using the cars if they can continue moving, and obviously everyone's at a standstill now, probably as as other riders are waiting for spare bikes.
Double bike change in the convoy, Alex Manley and Lauren Dixon.
This is such an unfortunate place to have a problem as well, because we're back on narrower roads, and so these riders are desperately trying to not lose ground, as they drop to the back of their group, as they drop behind the commissaire's car and get their bike changed. They're trying to keep in contact, and because the cars are so spread out on these narrow roads, it's taking a while to get assistance.
We've passed by Penalhue, Waterloo or Wellington Monument on the top of the Penalhue, visible from across much of the Scottish borders, passing through the countryside here. Heading towards Schloss Roxburgh.
So with the rain, actually, with the wet roads, it's going to make punctures a little bit more likely, because the water is just basically washing any kind of small stones, any grit, and just that's a great example. You can see that there are areas of gravel and grit at the side of the road here, and the rain just washes them a little bit onto the road and kind of into the path of the riders, and it just makes it more likely that we're going to see punctures and problems for these riders.
Dushzi Jarville is just guiding Alessia Vigilia onto the right-hand side of the road, left-hand side of the picture as we look at it. Former French champion becoming a real road captain. Of course, they're wanting to try and protect Ali Wollaston as best as possible on a day like today. See the way that they've got themselves in this team formation. FDJ Suez in the black gilets with the red sleeves. Down the centre of the road, you've got Picnic Postonel, being led currently by Mara Roldan, yesterday's stage winner. By the way, if you're looking out for the riders, you've got Kristen Faulkner in the green jersey as the leader of the race in the general classification. Mara Roldan in the red points classification jersey. Actually owned by Kristen Faulkner, but due to the fact that the green Lloyds jersey out-trumps the red jersey, Faulkner is in the green. You can just see her alongside Roldan. Costa is in the blue jersey, also a classification that's led by Kristen Faulkner, but you'll see the former Dutch champion wearing the blue jersey, the rider from Uno X Mobility. She sits second in that classification currently, and she's picked up some points again today. Kat Ferguson is in the white jersey as the best young rider. Still all to play for in these classifications. In the points classification, Kristen Faulkner leads with 37 points at the start of today's stage. Kim LaCourte is on 35, Mara Roldan on 26. You've got Kat Ferguson on 22 with Rhiannon Marcus on 18. 20 riders so far have scored points. In the Queen of the Mountains competition, Kristen Faulkner leads that classification at the start of today's stage, and of course we've seen a shift and change so far, having seen 3 Queen of the Mountains contested so far. Kristen Faulkner started the day with 18 points to her tally, Mara Roldan with 16, Anuska Costa with 15. You've got Dominika Wlodaszek with 12, Caroline Swinkles with 11, Tiffany Keep with 10, alongside Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig, and 21 riders have scored points so far in that classification. And the nearest challenger in the best young rider classification is Millie Cousins. She's 9 seconds in arrears to Kat Ferguson. Mara Roldan at 56 seconds. Imogen Wolf at 1:57. Oh, and a crash at the front of the peloton.
Oh, that's
Mara
Kristen
Roldan
Faulkner.
comes down. Faulkner comes down likewise. A number of riders are caught up on that sweeping left-hand bend, and only 2 riders from FDJ Suez managed to avoid that, get themselves safely round. Nina Burton in the pink jersey speaks into the radio. And you
that
can
looks
hear
bad for that rider from SD Works.
this
Lorena
is a-
Vives is with her teammate there.
Heavy crash. Lorena Wiebes is waiting with her teammate, a number of riders down. Looking at this crash from the front shot here, Mara Roldan just loses the back wheel. Faulkner comes down, Wiebes comes down.
I think a
There's
couple of
nowhere
riders
for anybody to avoid that at all.
I think a few of them just came down independently. I'm not even sure that it was a case of one rider hitting Mara Roldan who'd come down. I think that was just a wet, slippy corner.
As soon as you touch the brakes, there's no way you can save that, and the race doctor is on hand already with the riders, and we wish those riders who've come down and suffered in that crash all the best. Let's hope the injuries aren't too severe, but by the looks of things at the front of the race here, Jadville, Alicia Vigilia and Nina Berton are all waiting for the riders to come back. They're not pursuing and persisting with the pace that they were previously setting. A couple of riders have just rejoined, including one of the riders from the Great Britain national team. Letizia Paternoster has rejoined at the front of the race. But the right thing to do from these riders, it's in the unwritten rules.
The respect of the leader's jersey a little bit, isn't it? And we've seen it in countless other races where the race leader comes down, and rather than riders from other teams, you know, trying to take advantage and attack, they're on the radios, they're just trying to get some information. Nina Berton is keeping an eye on things here. She's been on her radio numerous times trying to get some information from her team car. What's going on? Where's Kristen Faulkner? You know, do I need to drop back? What should I do? And it'll be difficult for the team car as well, because they'll undoubtedly be trying to assist Kristen Faulkner. And so at the moment, everyone's just kind of waiting to see what the situation is. But with a couple of kilometres to go to that intermediate sprint, I think we're going to see a little bit of hopefully a little bit of a kind of self-neutralisation of things here, whilst the riders get assistance from the team the team doctor, the race doctor, and from their teams.
Riders are almost blocking the road, let's say, riding full road. Emma Norsgaard-Pirot is up towards the front now. Here is Kristen Faulkner, the green jersey. She's got Sarah Roy. This is where Sarah Roy really comes into her own, because she's made her way back to the front of the race previously. It wasn't that long ago, and we were discussing 15 kilometers ago the fact that she was riding so hard in that chasing group. This is where Sarah Roy comes into her own. She can help her team leader now. It looks as though Kristen Faulkner has had a bike change. Faulkner with a number of other riders too. But you're on and off these dry, wet roads here, and these are the few riders who are trying to chase their way back on. Anna Morris being one of those. Number 3 here, this is Marta Lack. You can just see the Polish rider trying to come back to the front here.
Yeah, this is the kind of situation, as you were just saying about Sarah Roy, where, you know, the potentially calculated risk of doing a bit of work for that chase group to try and get an extra teammate back to the front, because now Nina Berton can stay where she is, she can stay at the front of the race, she can keep an eye on things, she can potentially go for the intermediate sprint as well, just to try and take those bonus seconds, just to protect Kristen Faulkner a little bit. Meanwhile, Sarah Roy is with her team leader, you know, assisting her in the chase to make it back to the front group following that crash. Luckily, it looks like Kristen Faulkner isn't hurt, hasn't suffered any consequences of that crash, and so hopefully we see her making it back to the front.
This will be the run into the final in what is 53.5 kilometers to go. We're going to come into Kelso, and they'll have that intermediate sprint. They'll come across the line any moment now. FDJ Suez have got a strong contingent of riders, including Ali Wollaston, who is there. You can see she's sitting in second wheel. She's wanting to try and go for the point. She's wanting to try and go for the bonus seconds, but so is Kat Ferguson. Onto the cobbles here in Kelso. Ferguson in the white jersey with the black gilet is being overhauled currently by Wollaston. Wollaston's going to take the maximum points at this intermediate sprint here in Kelso in the square. She takes the 3 bonus seconds. That's good news for the Kiwi. Also good news for Kat Ferguson, who takes bonus seconds.
These wet cobbles are going to be quite treacherous now as well, and in the finale, when we come back into Kelso in another 53.5 kilometres. But the riders get to see the approach to the finish now, so they'll know what they're going to face when they come in for the finale.
Riders who are chasing back on, including Lauren Dixon, Eleanor Backstead. We've also got Linda Zanatti. Here is Sarah Roy, the former Australian road race champion, with her leader, Kristen Faulkner. One rider from Seretisit Pro Cycling. This is Kristina Burlova, the rider from Czechia, the 23-year-old, who's come down by the looks of things. Let's take a look. Oh, dear me. Oh, she's landed hard there. A hard crash for the rider from Czechia. Slid off the bars by the looks of things. She's waiting for a team car who just arrives there. The chain was off. She came down hard, and there was no way that the rider from Czechia could save that.
I think the vibration of the cobbles, obviously everything is wet. Your bars are wet, your hands are wet. It looked to me like possibly she didn't have any mitts on, which is, you know, the choice that a lot of riders make. They prefer to ride without mitts, but suddenly when everything gets wet and you're onto cobbles that are vibrating you can just slip off your bars, and I think that's what happened. And she nearly saved it, but her tyre then just slipped.
A large group of riders who are attempting to bridge back. It's a handful of seconds between the front of the race and them. 52.2 kilometers to go. Things all being controlled at the moment by FDJ Suez, the French World Tour squad, one of 12 World Tour squads in the race. One of the riders from EF Education Oatly in the pink jersey, by the looks of things, is just dropping out of that first large group, because she knows she really needs to help her leader here, Kristen Faulkner. And there you go, she's caught by the second group behind. You can see on this camera shot, no doubt she's probably going to go through the back of that group and go and assist Sarah Roy.
Yeah, because she'll know now that the gap is quite small. You know, we could, it was quite nice for us, we could see the distances with the markers for coming into the sprint, that you know, there were only maybe a couple of 100 meters between where the front of the race was and where Kristen Faulkner was. And so when that gap is sufficiently small enough that Nina Berton can then just easily drop back and then just do a little bit of extra work to help Kristen Faulkner come back, that's where the communication has been really impressive from that team all day, actually, just making those calls at exactly the right time. So Kristen Faulkner will now have Sarah Roy and Nina Berton with her, and hopefully they can, you know, avoid any more complications. But this has been a slightly more complicated stage than they had perhaps hoped it would be. I think you've really got a feel here for Lorena Wiebes. She did completely the sportsman-like thing there of stopping with her teammate. It looked like her teammate had come down hard, and we saw Lorena Wiebes not get back on her own bike and desperately try to, you know, rejoin the front of the race. She stopped with her teammate, obviously with concerns over what had happened in that crash, but she's having so much bad luck in this race, and you know, you hope that maybe tomorrow in Glasgow she'll have the opportunity to do what she's probably wanted to do every stage.
They've got the convoy just up ahead of them. You can see the tail end of a number of cars, a couple of other riders who are just ahead. Linda Zanatti is the rider in the red jersey on the gold bike from UNUX Mobility. There's Lauren Dixon, having had a bike change. It's been a very hectic last 6-7 kilometers or so. One rider here from Das Hutchinson having had a wheel change, also back underway up ahead. The combination of punctures that we saw earlier on for Alex Manley and Lauren Dixon.
Yeah,
particularly
punctures,
that crash,
and all within quite a short space of time. And so, you know, the race is fragmenting because people are having mechanical issues, and then you have the crashes as well, and it just it means that riders are really all over the road at the moment. And everyone's now going to be really on their guard because there have been so many problems that I think riders are now going to be aware of these potential danger points. And with such tight time margins, the overall race situation can just change with the smallest issue.
Someone give Nina Berton the MVP of today's race.
Yeah.
What she's done for her leader. She's so attentive from the front of the race to the back, and a big chapeau and a doff my cap to Sarah Roy, a two-time stage winner of this race in the past. She's done a huge chunk of work to try and close that gap as best as possible. Now handed over the reins to Nina Berton, and she's going to leave it to the Luxembourgish champion to deliver Kristen Faulkner back to the peloton, which we're saying, what, 15 seconds the deficit right now?
Yeah, and they're back in the convoy, so now this is going to be a bit easier for them because they can just move from car bumper to car bumper. So once you're kind of safely back within a car convoy that is close to the back of the peloton, you feel as though you're pretty much home and dry, so to speak. So yeah, they can maybe think about starting to relax a little bit and worry about now taking some recovery once they make it back to the peloton. But you're right, Nina Berton has been just an absolute superstar in terms of a domestique for Kristen Faulkner today, and this is where people can appreciate how much of a team sport cycling really is, because you see at the end of a race or the end of a stage one rider on the podium, you know, celebrating a victory, or three riders if you've got, you know, an overall race classification, and people will think, oh well, that individual has won. But this is where you really appreciate that in order for one rider to stand at the top of the podium, it really is a team effort. It's very unusual that a rider can just do it by themselves, and Nina Berton has just been an incredible teammate today for Kristen Faulkner.
You're quite right, you're quite right. You can vote for your most combative rider. You can nominate the rider you think of, any rider in the peloton. Go to the Lloyds Tour of Britain social channels. You can go and vote for who you want to win the most combative rider of today's stage. They've just opened the voting only a few moments ago. You can go to their X channel, formerly Twitter channel. @Tour of Britain is where you can find their social channels. You can vote for who you think, which I think is quite a nice thing, the fact that the vote is open to the public. There's the overall most combative rider that will be decided by the race director, but on each stage it's open to public vote, which I think is wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets people involved in the racing, and yeah, like you said, there's different combativity awards, so one each day, and then the overall combativity award for the race. But you know, yesterday obviously that prize was taken by Tiffany Keep after that really early attack, and she was out there with her breakaway compatriots almost the entire day. She was the rider to initiate the move, and she was the final one to be caught by the chasing, well, not quite peloton at that stage, the small group of riders that were there. But it's nice that the fans can join in and be part of the race and vote for who gets that prize at the end of each stage.
Inside the final 50 kilometres, 48.4 kilometres to go. Over 2.5 hours of racing has been complete, and it's been action-packed so far. It's the penultimate stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women, the longest of all four stages, 143.8 kilometres, starting and finishing in the square in Kelso. The Scottish Borders stage, the first time that the race has visited this part of the country. After a pretty brisk start to the stage, it was only until we got to the first Queen of the Mountain of the day on Scott's View where we started to see some attacks, some movement at the head of the race. There were no real attacks before that point, but that was the catalyst for a lot of action that has led to where we are in this race so far. We saw a mechanical problem and a bike change for the leader in the general classification, Kristen Faulkner, in the green jersey on Scott's View. She had a teammate, Babette van der Wolf, who was on hand to give her bike. She chased back on, she managed to get back to the front of the race. When we got to Dingleton, the first categorised climb of the day, the Cat 1 climb, that's where we started to see a lot of movement. Lidl Trek were very active, they were very attentive, and they were trying to push the pace, and they were trying to force that select group to stay away because there was only around 25 riders remaining. Two groups came together, then became the peloton. It started to swell. Many of the big names were back into contention. Since then, we've gone through Dunion Hill, Włodarczyk taking the maximum points there, the Polish road race champion, and coming towards Kelso for the first passage of the finish line. We had a big crash on a sweeping left-hand bend, taking out, sadly, Mara Roldan, yesterday's stage winner in the red jersey of Picnic Postonel. Other riders who were involved in that crash were Kristen Faulkner. We also had a couple of other riders, including Amber Pate-Odbianik, Włodarczyk herself coming down in that crash, and there was around 12 riders who came down. We wish all of those riders in that crash, who were involved in the crash, all the very best, and hope that none of them suffered severe injuries or any injury that is going to impact the rest of the stage. We'll bring you any updates when we get them. Of course, we're not going to speculate to any of the riders as to how they are. We'll only bring it when the team officially confirm and make any announcement. Since then, we've gone through our intermediate sprinting Kelso. It was Ali Wollaston who took the 10 points and the 3 bonus seconds. The rider from FDJ Suez now gains 3 bonus seconds, which is exactly what she was looking for. That puts her on 9 seconds behind the leader in the general classification, Kristen Faulkner. Kat Ferguson picked up the 2 bonus seconds. That elevates her to 12 seconds in arrears to Kristen Faulkner. Since then, we've had a regrouping after the crash. The groups have merged back together. The green jersey's back after she suffered that crash. Now we're going into the final part of the race. Another 2 climbs to go. Scottsview and Dingleton for one final time. The final climb will crest and cap out at 23.4 kilometers to go, and this could be the stage which changes the general classification. But all throughout today's stage, we've had rain that's been pretty treacherous at times. It's been on and off. We've gone through wet roads, dry roads. The sun's tried to make an appearance, but it's certainly added a level of nervousness into the peloton. My name's Hannah Walker. Alongside me is Hayley Simmons. We're seeing a little bit of a regroupment here in the peloton here, Hayley, and for a lot of riders, a lot of teams, it's almost the next phase of today's stage. There's been so much action, there's been so much happening, and I'm talking about lots of attacks, lots of counter-attacks that have been happening. To not much success thus far, but it doesn't mean it's not going to help or it's not going to have an effect on the stage.
Yeah, you know, you say that obviously there hasn't been a successful breakaway, which is maybe what we were talking about at the start of the stage, that we would maybe see a breakaway. So that hasn't been successful, but it doesn't mean that the work that's been done by the teams, notably Lidl Trek, to kind of make the racing hard, and actually FDJ Suez on that early climb, they did a lot of work to keep the pace high. It hasn't been in vain, so to speak, because the peloton did break up, and even though we have seen some regroupings, we've not really had a massive bunch since that first classified climb, actually. So there haven't been successful breakaways, but the work that was done by teams, by individuals, has had a massive effect on the race.
Little acceleration by Zoe Backstead of Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto in that pink jersey. You see some teams who are so good at riding together as a unit. They're always well positioned. They're riding as one bubble. You see other teams who've got riders almost scattered throughout the front group here.
Yeah, and I think the teams that have maybe specific ambitions or goals, or maybe they've got a rider that's in a jersey or close to taking a jersey, they're the ones who are possibly more likely to be seen as a bubble, as a group, because you know, they'll want to be protecting their race leader. Just riders again, just trying to keep the pace on, or maybe make a break. I think Kim Lacourt is hopefully still in this group as well, and so she's now, assuming that she is still here, she has a teammate just keeping the pace high and maybe trying to just keep the group moving and hopefully keep things a bit safer with with fewer riders in there to complicate matters.
Well, keep an eye out for the Mauritian champion. She's the rider with the white jersey and the multicoloured bands around the chest.
She was in
A
there
couple of
earlier.
other riders coming forward for AG Insurance Soudal, and so potentially she could still be there. Maybe the team are trying to set something up, but here we go again, once more from Lidl Trek. Loretta Hansen, a big injection of pace, a big acceleration. Riders trying to take on some fuel and nutrition, but they're trying to follow the Australian rider who has been dishing out the attacks throughout the whole stage today. Ruby Roseman Gannon is following for Livalula Jaco. Anya Lau is there for AG Insurance Soudal Quick Step.
We mentioned the combativity awards, and okay, there hasn't been a break today, so there aren't, you know, obvious contenders for somebody who would be the most combative, which, you know, would often be a rider who's maybe been out there alone. But in terms of a team combativity, I think the Lidl Trek team are the ones who've been the most aggressive and really taking the race on today all day.
Should we start a petition?
Yeah.
We need at least 3 most combative riders of today's stage. I think it's well deserved.
Yeah.
What do we say?
Well,
I need to get on the phone, get on the blower to Rod Ellingworth.
Lizzie Deignan surely got to be one of the favourites,
Certainly.
especially as a British rider. She's attacked numerous times, and then when you know she's attacked and then tried to get other people to roll through, she's really been kind of marshalling the troops and encouraging other people to take on the mantle as well.
She certainly has. She certainly has. We knew it was going to be a decisive stage. Teams and riders are trying to do everything in their power to try and play this stage into their hands. Chiara Consoni down the centre of the road in the pink jersey for Canyon Strand's Zonda Crypto. Letizia Paternoster has always been there or thereabouts. She's been hiding her way through. You can see she's right down the white line, down the centre of the road, just following Jade Veal. On a day like today, where you've got so much elevation, you've got a longer stage, but you've got a lot of climbing, and I know power to weight makes a huge difference on a day like today, so the equipment choices that riders opt for, will there be any change in terms of maybe the setup of what riders opt for? Maybe a different frame, a climbing frame versus an aero frame, or will they opt for maybe shallower section wheels as opposed to the deep section wheels?
Potentially. Obviously there's not too much wind today, so they don't need to take wind into consideration with things like the wheel depth. That's one of the normally a big consideration. None of the climbs are super steep. You would say that maybe if riders were going to really look to go towards a climbing bike, then it might be on a course that would have consistently steep climbs. Obviously there are steep sections of these climbs, but there's nothing too long or too steep, and actually you know, the climbs have maybe a 5% gradient, and at that sort of gradient actually an aero bike is not going to really be a disadvantage. And to be honest as well, with a lot of the technology, even the aero bikes, a lot of them are still quite light, so I would say that that you're maybe not going to see that kind of equipment change on these courses, whereas you might see it in some of the Grand Tours, in Tour de France Fairmav X Zwift, when you've got the real mountain stages, and then the riders are going to be optimizing for climbing bikes on those mountainous stages versus the more aero frames on something that's flatter.
You can see Ruby Roseman Gannon has got a cut to the left knee. She's one of the riders that was caught up in that crash just before we came into Kelso. She's looking after the interests of Quinty Ton. Quinty Ton, the Dutch rider, the 26-year-old, is 9th overall in the general classification at 20 seconds. For me, this has been quite a standout performance from Quinty Ton over the last few days. She's always been there or thereabouts. She's always been in the move. She's been well positioned. She's saved energy where possible.
She's a really strong rider, and we've seen her have you know, some really good race performances. Actually, she tends to race quite well in the UK. She's had really good results, results in things like Ride London before, in some of the like mountain classifications and things like that. So she's a very experienced rider who, again, can read races well and be in the right place at the right time and take those advantages. And I think as a team, the Liverlula Jayco squad will want to try and get something out of this race. And you know, she's quite well placed to potentially do that.
We've had 2 stages, 2 different teams that have won. Last year, Ruby Roseman Gannon won the final stage from the Manchester Velodrome to Lee. She's the rider who's on the front with the black gilet on, white overshoes, purple jersey, purple long sleeve. Won in pretty similar conditions to today, actually, into Lee.
Some riders really excel in these tough conditions, and Kristen Faulkner spoke about how attritional the racing is in terms of the nature of the courses, and the climbs are quite leg sapping and there'll be a lot of fatigue, and the hard weather conditions almost adds to that. It just makes what's a hard course even harder, and the riders that can withstand that fatigue and kind of, you know, almost embrace the attritional nature and psychologically stay positive and almost relish the extra challenge. Those are the racers that can end up winning on these tough stages and really excel when things get hard. .8 kilometres until we get to Scott's View. The riders will already know this section of the course here, Hayley. This is the opening part of today's stage, so they know the run into the bottom and the base of Scott's View, the Category 3 Queen of the Mountain, the 4th Queen of the Mountain of the day. They'll get to the base of that with 38 kilometres to go. They'll get to the top of the climb and they'll cross the top of the climb with 35.8 kilometres remaining. We saw earlier on that the roads on this climb actually narrow quite a lot, so I think what we're seeing is, you know, we're seeing actually riders from the same teams just grouping together, and I think what will happen is those teams might actually inject some pace at the front and just really try to make it difficult for other riders to come round, because as the road narrows, there won't be as much opportunity for riders to change position. So all of the riders, it's almost a race into the bottom of the climb as much as it is to the top of the climb, because they just want to go in the right position.
Loretta Hansen just helping Anna Henderson with the jacket, just to try and take off the rain jacket before they get into Scott's View here. Is there anything that Loretta Hansen can't do?
No, Loretta Hansen is really on clothing duty today, isn't she? She'll be wishing the weather had just been consistent all day, because at the start of the day she took all the rain jackets back to the car. Then the weather got bad and she went and picked them up again and re-delivered them, and now she's taking them back again. And again,
whilst also patrolling the front of the peloton, making
exactly,
the
she's
attacks.
everywhere, isn't she? She's absolutely everywhere. She's another example of one of these, you know, just incredible domestiques and team helpers, and she can do everything, and she's invaluable to a team.
Totally.
And it's riders like that you might not see them always getting the win week in, week out, but teams want riders like that because they need riders who can do that work and are prepared to do that work and just be utterly selfless in service of their team leaders. Shout out for Loretta Hansen for combativity as well.
Yeah, just another MVP.
I know, another MVP of the day. Nina Baton.
I'm on it. We need to message the race organisation to say, please, can we have at least 3 most combative riders of the day?
Can we have a commentator's MVP award? Dear Rod, we would like an MVP award. Thank you very much.
We're hearing on race radio that Kim LaCourt has abandoned the race. So Marla Roldan, it's a huge shame for the rider who won the stage yesterday. We saw her come down in the crash earlier on, just before we got back to Kelso.
She went into that corner so well positioned. She really was in the right place to make sure that she was kind of looking after herself and her race position, so that's a real shame, and we wish all the riders well and hope that it's not too serious. And obviously, if we hear any confirmed news, we'll bring it to you. But for the moment, we just wish everyone well.
We certainly do. It's never nice to see any mishaps in a race at all. Into the base of the penultimate climb of the day. This is Scott's View. 2.2 kilometre climb, average gradient of 2.9%. This first part of the climb is where it's at its most difficult. This is indeed Scott's View. First part, 11%, 12%, 13% gradients here. That's before you start to get to nicer gradients of 4-5%. Towards the top of the climb, you've got a short little descent before cresting the top of Scott's View itself. Third categorised climb, that comes with 4, 3, 2 and 1 points for the riders. First 4 riders to cross the top score. You come into the bottom of that climb, you make that right-hand corner. You've shaved off some speed to gingerly get around the corner, and then you see gradients of 12-13%.
Yeah, straight
it?
onto the steep bit. That becomes a bit of a feature, actually, I think, where yeah, you obviously want to carry speed to try and get over the steep ramps, but you can't because then there's a corner there. So it's a real art, and I think that's why we see a lot in races now of teams almost racing to the bottom. So teams will almost do a full lead-out train sometimes into the bottom of climbs that they know will be decisive, because they want to deliver their team leaders as safely as possible and with as much speed as possible. Yeah, it's again, it's a kind of technicality in itself, being able to do that and execute it well.
Other riders we're getting information that have abandoned the stage are Zana Zeman, the rider from CJ O'Shea Racing, also Caroline Coops of Hess Cycling Team. Comes after the news of Kim LaCourte and Mara Roldan have abandoned the stage. Also Barbara Gurishki has abandoned the race after that crash. We wish Barbara Gurishki all the very best, rider from Team SD Works Pro Time. Got around 45 riders who are in this group. It's been reduced and whittled down across the hard terrain here in the Scottish borders. The narrowing here on Scott's View. How do you try and make a difference now for the general classification? You've got this third categorised climb, which we saw was integral earlier on, but now you've got the fatigue, you've got 80 kilometres in the legs, and we already saw the damage and the difference it made earlier on. What can you try and do on this climb, or even over the top of the climb?
I think it's almost going to be quite difficult for a lot of the riders, because we don't know how much information they have about who within the kind of general classification rankings at the start of the day is actually still there. You know, we've unfortunately lost a couple of riders from the top of that standing, so there could be quite a big shake-up. So it'll be interesting to see maybe what information riders have, whether teams might have just gone into today with stage ambitions because potentially they don't have anyone that they think will contend for the overall classification. And I mean, FDJ Suez, we saw very aggressive and clearly had intent on this climb the first time round, and they had Ali Wollaston very well placed within the general classification. She picked up some bonus seconds in that sprint, so I think we'll see them continue to be active in the closing stages of today.
And Wollaston has made light work of getting over these climbs, despite being predominantly a sprinter, but even earlier on this year in Cadel Evans Road Race, she proved that she was more than just a sprinter, and she's been well protected on the left-hand side. And meanwhile, AG Shaw and Soudal are wanting to try and split things up. This is not just for the points here on Scott's View, but the team in the navy blue want to try and force a select group to go clear here.
And as a team, they've had a bit of bad luck over the last few days. They started the race so well, but Kim LaCourte, in that interview before the race started, she said that, you know, they had multiple riders potentially who could be looking at stage wins and as well as a general classification finish. And so maybe they think, we've had some bad luck, but we do still have cards to play. We could still look for some stage victories or stage podiums, and maybe they'll just take that opportunity now.
At the back of the group, Anna Morris, number 182 from the Great Britain national team, just in front of her, Anushka Costa in that blue jersey. There's a lot of fatigue in the legs after today's stage.
And after a tough two stages as well, you know, Thursday and yesterday. So it's not just the fact that today itself has been long and hard. You know, we've already got 110 kilometres of today, but the last 2 days will have been sapping, to be honest, with the way the roads are, the way...
Oh, and a crash here for a number of riders.
Yeah.
Kristen Faulkner is down. She's trying to unjam the chain. Nina Burton is trying to get the chain back on, number 65, and this is Ruby Roseman Gannon. 2 riders from Visma Lisa Bike are down. One of those is Imogen Wolf. You can see that she's got a huge tear on the left of her skin suit. Kristen Faulkner is going to have a bike change here. Well, she's going to get back onto the bike. She's pushed on by the mechanic. This happens at the back of the group here. One rider is Faulkner who comes down. That sends a couple of riders into the bush. Ruby Roseman Gannon heading into the soft landing on the grass. Letizia Paternoster came down. A handful of riders there, a couple of riders from UniX Mobility. Faulkner once again has Burton with her.
That's
also coming down here, number 95. You can see that she's just got her head unit in her hand. She's trying to get back through. And number 95, this is Lucia Ruiz Perez, the 20-year-old Spanish rider of Movistar.
Faulkner's got that small rip on her shorts from where she just slid on the road, but I think that team mechanics had a bit of a workout today as well with all those bike changes up and down and assisting. But I tell you what, this is for a team that has done a very, very good job of communicating and helping each other. It's been a complicated stage for them.
Message to all vehicles in the convoy following the crash, please close the convoy as soon as possible. Please close the convoy as soon as possible.
Radio Tour just giving the information to the sports directors to close the convoy as soon as possible, close the gaps between the team cars. Wow, we've got riders who are scattered all over the Scottish borders. At the front, it's AG Shaw and Soudal, as now the Olympic champion. She needs a shoe change. Obviously had a problem with the left shoe. You can see that the buckle has been ripped off. Mechanic helping out the Olympic champion. This has been a very, very hectic day for the rider from Alaska.
She's done so well so far, and her team have done so well for her so far in terms of getting her back into contention after each of these issues. She's still got 32 kilometres of the stage remaining, so it's a decent chunk of road, but how much fatigue has there been, and what toll has all this chasing taken on her?
The issue she has now is, because she had the bike change in more or less the same place on the first ascent of the Queen of the Mountain on Scott's View, she used up Babette van der Wolf.
Yes.
Carnarvon was used earlier on, so that took away 2 of her 5 teammates. We've seen Sarah Roy has done a sterling job earlier on to help her. She's been ejected out of the back because she's simply spent herself. Letizia Borghese, likewise, had used up all of her resources earlier on, and so she's only got Nina Berton, who I think even now has gone behind Faulkner, and I think Faulkner is going to be alone now. She has to do all of this herself because Berton has been yo-yoing from the front group to the chasing group, front group to the chasing group. She's done a great job at piloting and bringing back Faulkner, but Faulkner's now going to have to do this alone for the final 30.7 kilometres.
So I'm not sure whether Nina Berton actually came down in that crash. I didn't quite see, but certainly she was with Faulkner when Faulkner was remounting her bike and trying to unjam her chain and get going again. And then I think we saw Nina Berton just dropping back behind Faulkner as Faulkner was getting going. Now I'm not sure, she looked like she was shaking her hand as well, and I'm not sure whether the shaking the hand was that she'd also come down and was then maybe feeling that a little bit, or whether she was simply behind Faulkner because as you say, she's used so much energy through the day going backwards and forwards that maybe she was just spent. But I believe Faulkner is now isolated.
Seeing the replay, it looked as though Nina Berton had come down. She was trying to put the chain back onto the chain ring. She was on the right-hand side of the road, whilst Faulkner was on the far left side. It's been a hectic day for everybody. FDJ Suez are the team who are amassing themselves and have been amassing themselves up towards the front for the last 35 kilometres or so. Meanwhile, Faulkner has got a solo chase. It's a time trial against herself to try and get herself back into the front of this peloton.
We know how strong she is and that she can find this good rhythm, but she's had to do this so many times already. Oh, actually, I just saw an EF Education Only logo on those shorts, so that would have been Berton. We didn't get the full shot of the bike, but there she is. There's confirmation that, once again, the commentator's MVP of the day, Nina Berton, is yet again assisting her team leader. And potentially what actually happened was that following Faulkner getting going again, Nina Berton did slip behind, but then obviously we did see Faulkner stop once more to get that shoe change, and at that point what probably happened is Nina Berton just kept plugging away as Faulkner changed her shoe, and then as Faulkner got going again, she's now refound the wheel of her teammate, and Nina Berton is once again going to be in service of her team leader, trying to get her back to this front group.
I can't say it enough. I simply can't say it enough. Nina Berton, MVP of today. If she can salvage and save Kristen Faulkner's lead in this race.
Get that woman a bottle of English sparkling wine.
Absolutely. I heard Night Timber's pretty good.
Yeah, I did too.
She certainly deserves it. The way that she is yo-yoed from the front group to the chase group to help Faulkner, now doing it once more, passing some of the riders who've been distanced, including Ruby Roseman Gannon and Lucia Ruiz Perez. On the wheel, number 125, this is Esme Peppercamp of Picnic Postonel. She's sandwiched between the riders, sitting third wheel right now.
And of course the onus is going to be on the riders from EF Education only to kind of do the work and try and close the gap, because they have the race leader. However, it's in the interests of these other riders as well, to try and contribute if they can, because the more of them that are working, the more chance they stand of making it back to the front group.
You've got a 1 minute deficit to close to the front group, which is being led by a pretty ferocious tempo by FDJ Suez. And so when you've only got 30 kilometres inside the final 30 kilometres to go, you can't wait for any other rider or team to give you assistance. If they want to give you some assistance, that's great, thumbs up. But if not, you've just got to pull. You've got to take it on.
Absolutely, because if you sit up and try and encourage the other riders to contribute, then you're slowing down, and every second that you're slowing down, you're getting closer to the finish, and you're also letting the gap grow. So Nina Berton has to, unfortunately for her, put her head down and keep working. Maybe they can try and encourage some of the other riders to contribute, but if it doesn't work and if those riders aren't willing or able, then they can't waste time in trying to, you know, corral them.
On the right-hand side in the pink jersey, that's Alice Towers just communicating with Zoe Backstead. They've got Cecilia Trub-Ludwig, who's sitting in third wheel. Cecilia Trub-Ludwig came into the day 8th overall at 16 seconds. The chase group is now joined by another rider, and that is Tuntje Biekhuis, the Dutch rider for UnoX Mobility on the red jersey. So they've got one more rider who can try and help and assist.
But you can see actually that Kristin Faulkner is taking on some of the work herself. I think she's well aware of the work that Nina Baton has done for her, and that, you know, potentially Nina Baton is not going to be able to, at this point, you know, close that gap entirely alone. So, you know, Faulkner knows that if she wants to still be wearing the leader's jersey at the end of the day, then she's also gonna have to try and close some of this gap herself, and then hopefully take some recovery after the end of the stage before tomorrow.
You can't do it single-handedly.
No,
Not against this kind of...
not against a whole team of FDJ Suez at the front, for example. You know, and Nina Baton isn't fresh because she's done so much already.
1 minute and 1 second, it's holding steady. Not good news for Faulkner and Burton, who are in that chase. On the far left side in the white jersey, that's Lara Gillespie, the former Irish road race champion for UAE team ADQ. Just see a number of her teammates are on the right-hand side of the screen as we look at it. One more rider moving forward. One of those is Caroline Swinkles. The other being Eleonora Gasparini. We're going to get to the base of the final climb of the day, Dingleton, with 25.6 kilometres remaining. That's the final, fifth and final Queen of the Mountain of the day, a first categorised climb. Jinke Veenhoven is the rider at the back here, number 74 for Visma Leasebike, with the yellow sleeves, the black gilet. A miserable, treacherous day in the Scottish borders, the first visit to the Scottish borders for the Lloyds Tour of Britain women. This is going to be the final Queen of the Mountain of the day and of the whole race, Hayley, and we've already seen a real fierce fight from the riders. We've had Dominika Wladysek, who's taken points today. We've also had Marie Linette, who's added a couple of points to her tally. We've had 2 third categorised climbs. In total, there's 3 first categorised climbs that come with 10 points for the first rider to cross the top. That's the highest classified Queen of the Mountain of the day. We've got one more Queen of the Mountain, that's at Category 1. Points for the first 10 riders to cross the line, starting with 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 points. What are the standings looking like going into this final Queen of the Mountain?
Yeah, so in theory, with 10 points on offer for the first rider to cross the line, in theory there are actually 4 riders still in contention. So at the moment it is the Polish champion, who we've seen climbing really well, Dominika Wladysek. She's currently leading the virtual Queen of the Mountains classification on 26 points. We've then got Kristin Faulkner in second, and she's on 20, but as we know, she's currently actually 1 minute and 14 seconds now in arrears, and so it looks like she will not be taking any more points in the Queen of the Mountains classification, so she's unlikely to feature. We've then got Celia Géry, the French rider, on 17 points, and then Cecilie Uttrup-Ludwig on 16. And Cecilie Uttrup-Ludwig is still in this front group, and she's currently 4th wheel from her team. I think she's got 3 teammates ahead of her, currently protecting her. And so we mentioned her, actually. You spoke about her and about the fact that she was right up there but hadn't really done anything specifically as yet. But she's currently 4th in that Queen of the Mountains classification and 10 points in arrears. And so if she took the maximum points atop this next climb, then she could be actually equal on points with the current virtual QOM leader.
You get the sense it's only a matter of time before Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig makes a move, and she leaves a mark on this race. We're going to enter into Melrose very soon. And of course, the climb of Dingleton will climb out of Melrose. These are the weather conditions. Take a look at that. It's pretty grey in the distance. Beautiful, lush green countryside. It's a stunning part of the world here in the Scottish borders. The weather conditions, they haven't been kind at all. You can see just on the far left side, the rain is falling. And as we enter into Melrose, into this market town, the rain is falling and pouring once again. Alex Towers, the former British road race champion, takes over from Zoe Bagstead and past the Melrose Abbey, dating back to 1136, one of the 4 abbeys in the Scottish borders. Into the base of the climb, and here we go, into Dingleton, one final Queen of the Mountain of this year's Lloyds Tour of Britain Women, and it's Cecilia Ludwig in the pink jersey, who is injecting some pace, and she's currently being followed by the leader in the Best Young Rider classification, Kat Ferguson. Also trying to move forward is Megan Jastrab by the looks of things of Picnic Postonel, or is that's Josie Nelson by the looks of things, actually, in the indigo jersey and the orange stripe down the centre of the jersey. The rain pours, and Uhtred Ludwig just turned it up another notch.
Yeah, look at the damage that she's done, and actually it was really interesting to see the kind of almost team lead out into the base of this climb. The fact that 4 of their riders, including Cecilia Uhtred Ludwig, all kind of amassed on the front together on the left-hand side of the road, and they clearly had an intention to do something. And as you mentioned, it was only a matter of time before we saw Cecilia Uhtred Ludwig do something. She's such a great animator of races, and surely she clearly heard you not long after she lit up the race, and that injection of pace has really done some damage.
It certainly has done the damage. Kat Ferguson takes her turn on the front on this climb. Dingleton, 2.6 kilometres long, average of 6.1%.
This could also be decisive for Kat Ferguson. The fact that she's managed to follow this move, if these gaps stay open, she's the best placed of these few riders at the front, and you know, she could be working her way towards a general classification podium spot, or even a jersey, you know, in this World Tour race.
Right now, she's the virtual leader of the race overall. The general classification leader in the green jersey is at 1 minute and 30 seconds. They haven't been making those inroads, and Faulkner has only just started the base of Dingleton here. You can see she's just ahead of the white car, just going into the distance, and so the green jersey has got a lot of work to do, because meanwhile at the front they're pushing the pace, and Kat Ferguson could be riding herself into the lead of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women.
It's in her interest to keep working here, actually, and because this is a great opportunity for her. And she said herself that she knew that a podium was going to be hard, but she thought that she was capable of it. And these conditions are not going to be a worry for her. She'll almost relish them, because she's used to racing and succeeding in these kind of conditions. And this is a really impressive and mature ride from this young rider.
Only 19 years of age, at the front of a Women's World Tour race, doing the damage, and could be riding herself into the lead. She came in with the ambitions of aiming for a general classification, aiming for a podium placing on at least one stage. She's come close so far. She's been oh so close on the first 2 stages. A number of riders have bridged across, including Ali Wollaston of FDJ Suez on the far left side. She's on the wheel of the rider in the pink jersey. That's Cecilia Uhtred Ludwig. Eleonora Gasparini is in the white jersey here for UAE Team ADQ. Caroline Swinkles is her teammate in the white jersey, sitting in 4th wheel right now. So UAE Team ADQ are in a very strong position currently. Picnic Postonel have 1 rider there, and then you've got Kat Ferguson of Movistar with the navy blue gilet on, the white Best Young Rider jersey. Underneath that gilet, you can just see on the shoulders. Behind, it's being left to Lauren Dixon of Hansling Alba Development Road Team to close this gap. Whatever happens at the end of this race, the 25-year-old rider has had the race of a lifetime, Lauren Dixon.
absolutely. Her riding over the last few days has been impressive, and the fact that she's still there, having had a bike change as well. We saw, you know, the fact that she was able to keep calm, keep her head, have a bike change. You know, she won't have that much experience of having to take a bike change and get back on terms with the front of the race. And so the fact that she's done it, stayed calm, and is still present at the front of the race, and is actually doing the work to close the gap to some of the best riders in the world is so impressive. But I think what we're seeing here, it could be really an overall race decisive move, because going into today's stage, we already said that the gaps at the top were close and that bonus seconds could play a part. We saw Ali Wollaston take some bonus seconds at the intermediate sprint, but you know, Kristen Faulkner is currently 1 minute 30 in arrears following the issues that she's had on today's stage. But Ali Wollaston, Kat Ferguson, Carleen Schwinkels, you know, the three of those were 3rd, 4th and 5th in the general classification at the start of today's stage, with only 2 seconds separating them. And now we see them at the front of the stage. And so actually it could be in their interest to work together here, to collaborate a bit and try and keep the gap open that we're seeing form. And of course, Schwinkels has a teammate with her.
Take a look down, number 124. It is indeed the British rider Josie Nelson who is in this Group 4 picnic post NL.
We've also seen her triumph in very wet conditions previously as well. She took a stage win at the Tour of Normandy last spring, and that was pretty horrendous conditions. So she is absolutely no stranger to performing really well in wet, tough, attritional conditions.
6 riders who lead the penultimate stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain women. Eleonora Gasparini, Caroline Swinkels, Ali Wollaston, Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig, Kat Ferguson and Josie Nelson. An Italian, a Dutch woman, a New Zealander, a Dane and 2 Brits.
You've got to say Little Trecken missed out here, having been aggressive and at the front all day. They're now the one team who are not in this move of 6.
Over the top of the final Queen of the Mountain of the day, and it's Kat Ferguson who takes the 10 points on Dingleton, followed by Ali Wollaston who takes the 9 points. She continues to drive. The 19-year-old British rider flicks the elbow, hands over to Wollaston. Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig takes the 8 points. Gasparini and Caroline Swinkels are there picking up points likewise. And Swinkels, knowing that the group behind is starting to close on in, thanks to the work done by Sarah Tizit Pro Cycling, she makes that acceleration, and you get the feeling that Kristen Faulkner is waving goodbye to this green jersey. A day in the leader's jersey hasn't been what she expected. It wasn't part of the plan. A bike change, a couple of crashes, plenty of time chasing back on, having to change her shoe. Her team have done a sterling job, and so has she, each and every time, but I get the feeling that this is one chase too many. 140 is now the deficit for Kristen Faulkner, the Olympic champion. How things can change within 24 hours.
I'm just looking to see if that was Rihanna Marcus in the black jacket, potentially, in that group. It's so difficult to tell when everyone's in their rain gear, but of course she started the day 2nd on the general classification, and so if she is in that chase group, she'll be hoping that she can get back on terms with that front group of 6, because then she would then actually be best place in the GC.
Faulkner only now crests the top of that Queen of the Mountain. The dark skies loom. Dry for now. When's the next shower and downpour going to happen?
So they now do have pretty much a completely downhill run in to the stage finish in Kelso.
12 riders are in this chasing group, including one of the riders from the Great Britain national team. That's Millie Cousins, number 184 in that fluorescent gilet. Number 75 coming back with the yellow jersey and the cut left leg. That's Imogen Wolfe, number 75. Just getting onto her wheel in the blue and pink jersey on the blue bike. That's Lauren Dixon. One rider from Liverloola Jaco, that's Quinty Ton. Now moving forward, here's Hannah Henderson, number 35 in the navy blue jersey with the red and yellow. That's the rider from Lidl Trek. Also there is one of the riders from Visma Lisa Bike, the teammate of Imogen Wolfe. That looks as though it's Linda Reedman. Megan Jastrab is there in the indigo jersey, number 122. She's up there in the general classification. Number 3, that's Marta Lack of SD Works Pro Time. We're looking at now number 3. Marta Lack, she's no threat in the general classification. She is there for SD Works Pro Time.
And it was, in fact, Rihanna Marcus as well, the other rider from Lidl Trek, who currently has a black rain jacket, rain gabber on over her normal yellow, red and blue jersey, but she is currently there, and she's got Anna Henderson with her, and it looked like Anna Henderson was going to the front of that group, and it will be attempting to close the gap to this lead group, because of course Rihanna Marcus was second place on the general classification at the beginning of today's stage, so they'll be hoping that they can get back in touch.
The group is swelled with a number of riders, and meanwhile at the front of the race these 6 riders are working well together. The fastest rider within this group on paper is Ali Wollaston. She's the rider who's coming through to the front now and taking her turn with the navy blue right hand or right arm, the red left arm. You can spot her well, former New Zealand national champion Eleonora Gasparini. Flicks the elbow, hands over to Kat Ferguson. They can't start to skip turns or miss turns in this group. Josie Nelson is the rider who's sitting on the back of the group because she knows that one of her leaders, Megan Jastrab, is in this group, and she's one of the highest placed riders for their team. There's only around 5 riders working in that front group.
Yeah, so Josie Nelson will stay where she is at the moment, and I mean, I guess it's got 2 advantages, because she doesn't want to help the group get any more time advantage, because she'll obviously want her team leader to be able to come back to them. But also for Josie Nelson, if she can use it as an excuse for not contributing, but she's got a fast finish on her as well. So actually, if she ends up being able to save some energy and is a bit fresher at the end of the stage, then potentially she can be looking for a stage victory.
Can't underestimate Josie Nelson. Now she moves forward. She gets into the slipstream of Caroline Swinkles.
It looks like, I wonder if one rider has a problem, because there's a neutral motorbike just coming up with a spare wheel there.
I was just about to say, you can see Shimano Neutral Service on the blue motorbike on the left-hand side, who is getting a wheel set, ready to go. Who in this group has an issue, has a problem? You can see Cecilia Ludwig. She's speaking into the radio at the back of this group. She's speaking to Neutral Service. She's getting frustrated because right now she could be in what is potentially the race-winning move. She doesn't have the team car behind her because the gap isn't big enough. Of course, that chasing group is only around 25 seconds in arrears right now. And the convoy, given the fact there's been so much going on, Hayley, there's been so much action, it's been pretty hectic and chaotic at times. Let's see where the Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto car is. There we're taking a look at the convoy. By the looks of things, they are there, but they're not going to be allowed to come through this gap. Cecilia Ludwig is either going to need to drop out of this leading group to go behind what is the commissaire car, or she's going to have to take, there she stops at the roadside. Cecilia Ludwig stops on the left-hand side of the road, and she's going to have a wheel change. She wants this to be as quick and slick as possible, but right now Canyon SRAM's race has turned on its head.
This is so unfortunate, because she would have hoped that she could have got that change quickly enough that she could have at least jumped into this chasing group, and that's not happened.
It's not happened at all. All of that work that Canyon SRAM Sonda Crypto did into the bottom of Dingleton to try and set up potentially a race-winning move for Cecilia Ludwig has just come unstuck and come undone.
We said today's stage was potentially going to have the effect of turning the race on its head, and it has done that, perhaps not in the way that we'd hoped, but it's been really all change in this stage today.
18 seconds is the gap between the 5 leaders and the chase, which is being led by Liv Alula-Jaco.
So at the moment there looks, it sounds like there's just over 20 seconds between the leading group that's now 5 riders, with Cecilia Ludwig having had that problem and needed some sort of change, and the chasing group behind. Of course, losing one of the riders from that front group is going to make it more difficult for them, especially if Josie Nelson continues to not contribute so much to this leading group. Of course, she has every right to say that she can't share the work because she has her team leader in that group behind. So, you know, nobody's necessarily going to put pressure on her to contribute to that group. But now effectively they've gone from a working group of maybe 5 riders to having a working group of 4. And at some point you're going to say that actually the riders up there will maybe start to look at each other, because even though they want to keep the advantage over the chasing group, when they get to the finish there are a lot of bonus seconds on offer. There's 10 bonus seconds for the first rider to cross the line, and the margins are small.
15 kilometres to go for our 5 leaders in the front group. Eleonora Gasparini, Caroline Swinkles, Kat Ferguson, Ali Wollaston, and on the back of this group here, number 124, Josie Nelson. 2 British riders, a Dutch woman, an Italian, and a New Zealander.
That was such bad timing for Cecilia Ludwig, because the problem with only having that motorbike behind is there's a limited number of wheels that the motorbike can carry, and obviously the wheels have to be shared between front and rear, but then also you need to consider different group sets. You can't have
disc brake size.
Exactly. Disc rotor. Are the riders on 140s or 160s? Are they on Shimano or SRAM or Campagnolo? And you can't cover every eventuality.
It's just come over race radio that Cecilia Ludwig, despite having the assistance from Shimano Neutral Service and having the wheel change, she's had another bike change again. So again, another handful of time has been lost, but at least she's onto what we understand is her spare bike.
So this is one of the I say problems. This is one of the issues that arises as well from having disc brakes now. Obviously, almost every rider in the peloton you'll see will be on disc brakes. Just getting some confirmation from the race radio, but one of the complexities of the disc brakes is, obviously you just mentioned that maybe riders will be on different size disc rotors, but if you have a wheel change as opposed to a bike change, it's very unlikely that everything will be set up perfectly such that the new wheel doesn't rub slightly in the bike. And so actually with disc brakes, what you ideally want, if you can get it, is a complete bike change, because you know that spare bike you're taking off the roof should be set up perfectly and there should be no brake rubbing.
We'll take a look down at this chasing group here. It's Rhiannon Marcus and Anna Henderson who are doing the work for Lidl Trek to try and eliminate and close this gap and close this deficit. On these country roads, you get the sense that it favours a breakaway. Another handful of seconds added to the advantage of these 5, given the fact that they're working so well. They've got the cohesion. 24 seconds. It works to the advantage of this breakaway that you've got 2 riders from the same team.
Absolutely, because Schwinkels has a teammate there. She's got Gasparini there to do some of the work, and it was quite nice there getting that shot of just how wily Josie Nelson's being. And as I mentioned, no one's going to at the moment be able to put pressure on her to do the work. However, you can see that she's just letting other riders either slot in in front of her, or when you know, she should be moving through in the group to potentially come towards the front and take her turn. She then just moved to the right-hand side of the road, and rather than follow the train through on the left, she moved to the right. She moved to be the final wheel again, and just remained at the back of this group. And you know, it's allowing potentially the chasing group to come up from behind so that her teammate can come back to her, her team leader can get back in touch. But it has the added bonus that she's saving energy. So whilst the others are expending energy, they're working hard to try and keep this gap open. Josie Nelson's able to stay a little bit fresher, and that could give her an advantage in the sprint.
Kristen Faulkner has joined the third group on the road. That's the second chase group. So the green jersey has got riders for company, and she's doing a lot of the work to try and close the gap to this group we're looking at, which includes Quinty Ton, also Millie Cousins, number 184 on the left-hand side. You've also got Marie Linette. She's made the inroads, but is it all but too late for the green jersey? Romping along here. You look at the gears that these riders are in. Big chain ring right at the bottom of the block.
They're fully
wind in the favour as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a westerly wind, and that's the direction that they're currently heading into Kelso, into the stage finish. But they're all fully committed to this. There's every single rider pretty much in this group has an advantage to being out there, and there are bonus seconds on offer. And you can see there Kristen Faulkner, she's gone straight to the front of this group, and she's doing absolutely everything she can to protect this jersey. Trying
to salvage everything. She's not giving up without a fight. Kristen Faulkner, the Olympic champion, on the front in the green jersey. In the blue jersey, it's Anushka Costa. In that leader's jersey of the Queen of the Mountains. Emma Norsgaard-Bjør is in this group, as is Floortje Mackay, Zoe Backstead of Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto. So one rider from UAE Team ADQ, several riders from FDJ Suez, including Jade Ville, the former French champion. And also C. Amber Pate is in this group. Chiara Consoni sitting in sixth wheel on the pink bike, just on the wheel of Floortje Mackay in the black jersey on the black Canyon. It's whether she gets the assistance. What is the distance? What is the time gap to this third group on the road? She will potentially get a little bit of assistance, but the problem is for her that a lot of riders within this group have teammates up the road who are now, you know, moving themselves above Kristen Faulkner within the general classification standings. So, you know, she won't get assistance from Emma Norsgaard, for example, Emma Norsgaard-Bjørg, because Rihanna Marcus is ahead up the road. So Kristen Faulkner just has to hope that she'll get a little bit of rest, a little bit of help from someone. 10 kilometres to go for our 5 leaders in the front group. 30 seconds for our 5 leaders ahead of that first chasing group. And it looks like that's Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig on her spare bike, just sat at the back of that group. So she did manage to regain contact with that first chasing group, having had that unfortunate mechanical. When we take a look at this third group on the road, you've got Zoe Backstead and Chiara Consoni. They set things up so well for Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig. Should they start to contribute now with Kristen Faulkner and try and limit the losses to try and get themselves back into the race, given the fact we've gone through 10 kilometres to go, to try and salvage something for Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto? You could potentially argue that, because obviously if they manage to make the juncture to that first chase group, there'll be more of them there to work and potentially reel in these 5 leaders on the road. But I mean, they did a great job to set her up, and it's just completely bad luck that then meant that Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig had that puncture, needed a wheel change, then needed a bike change. And it's sometimes so difficult with such a changeable situation to make the call in that moment on the road, especially when everyone's tired. It's not just the racing kilometres, it's the weather, it's the mental fatigue of having had to deal with crashes, with mechanicals, and this is where you need the director in the car behind to assess the situation. They'll probably have the information in the car of what the gaps are, of
of what the current virtual standings are, and it's the clear head in the car behind at this moment that really needs to assess everything and make the call and make that decision.
If you take a little look, 3/4 of the way down this group, you can see Zoe Backstead and Chiara Consoni are having a bit of a discussion. They're communicating to each other. You're looking out for the two riders who've got the pink jerseys on of Canyon SRAM's Zonda Crypto. We're looking at the third group on the road. They've just gone through 10 kilometers to go. Cecilia Ludwig is in this group, but she's isolated.
They are running out of kilometers now. You know, the road is yeah, they're fast approaching the finish, and they need to make a decision quickly, because the longer they take to make the decision on what to do, the more difficult it's going to be to kind of have an impact, so to speak. And yeah, like I mentioned, it's at this moment where you want the clear head of the race car to say, well, this is what we're going to do, and if the race car says contribute and it doesn't work, then, well, at least there's been you know, a decisive call, and they can do their best to follow those instructions.
I guess you want clear instructions.
Yeah, you do.
A clear, calm voice.
Yeah, you just need to be decisive.
The sports director's car.
Yeah, absolutely. And the sports director is the person who, in this situation, is best placed, because I think a lot of these riders on the road won't know that that so many key protagonists are now out of the race. They won't know that people haven't been able to come back from the crash and have abandoned the race. And it's only the sports directors in the car that will have the clear picture of what are the gaps, what's the makeup of each of these groups, you know, what potential is there to still have an impact on this race.
Run through the riders who are in this group. You've got Marta Lack, Jadville, Marie Linette, Rihanna Marcus, Anna Henderson, Quinty Ton, Imogen Wolf, Linda Zanatti, Marta Jaskulska, Sarah Van Dam, those two riders from Ceratizit Pro Cycling, Megan Jastrab, Grace Lister and Millie Cousins. Linda Reedman still in the group. She's the rider who's sitting second wheel. Anna Henderson doing a lot of the work here because she's trying to salvage the general classification for Rihanna Marcus. We said this could be a decisive day for the general classification. For any rider who's got ambitions of winning the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women and taking home that green jersey, today was going to be crucial. All of the work that Lidl Trek have done today in trying to decide what happened out on the road. They were aggressive. They were trying to force a select group to stay clear. Loretta Hansen tried numerous times. Lizzie Dignan, the two-time winner of this race, tried umpteen times as well. Emma Norsgaard-Björk, she played her role, trying to force moves and keep the pace high. Now it's all left down to Rihanna Marcus, who's on the front and having to try and salvage her own race. The 5 riders in the breakaway, they go over the crest of that hill and over the brow of the hill. Don't forget, she came into the day second overall at 4 seconds. Right now, she's seeing the virtual leader of the race, Kat Ferguson, go up the road.
I wonder whether, if we get to the situation where it looks as though that front group are potentially going to stay away, that 30 seconds won't be closed, that Josie Nelson might attack and go for a solo victory, because we've seen her attack in closing stages of races before and manage to stay away. She's positioned herself nicely at the back of the group, so she's saving a bit of energy. Ali Wollaston is arguably a faster finisher if it came down to a sprint. So at the moment, you know, Josie Nelson isn't contributing because Megan Jastrab is in that chase group that's at 30 seconds. But the closer we get to the finish, and obviously it's now 5 kilometres, the less likely it is that these groups are going to come back together. And potentially Josie Nelson could try and attack here.
She could, but when you take a look at what's happening at the front of that chasing group, Megan Jastrab, her teammate, is on the front now, starting to contribute to the chase with Lidl Trek. And for Picnic Postinel, they know that Ali Wollaston, who is the rider sitting in third wheel, is the faster of all these riders in this group. On paper, she's the fastest. She's world champion on the track.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's won numerous races before. She's the fastest rider here. And so perhaps Picnic Postinel have made the decision, look, let's close the gap. Let's nullify these 5 riders. We'll open up a new kind of race. And maybe then we can go for a solo attack. Let's try and launch an attack as we did yesterday.
Yeah, and it's not just the case of Ali Wollaston being the fastest finisher and therefore taking the stage win, but the 10 bonus seconds, and everything's so tight that again, just I think the decisions that are coming from Team Cars today are actually crucial. I think the directors are really having to look at the situation and assess it as it changes, and it's changed so much and so often today. And yeah, you're right, you know, we can see Megan Jastrab there trying to close the gap, because she can almost see her general classification chances disappearing down the road a little bit.
Don't forget that Ali Wollaston won that intermediate sprint into Kelso as the chasers go through 4 kilometres to go until we get to the square at our finish line. Ali Wollaston took the 10 points in the classification, but crucially she took the 3 bonus seconds. Kat Ferguson took the 2 bonus seconds. And right now, Ali Wollaston is riding herself into the general classification, the virtual leader on the road, with Kat Ferguson moving herself up into second. Only 3 seconds separating those 2 riders right now. Caroline Swinkles has launched herself 2 places as well. She's virtually 3rd overall, whilst Rihanna Marcus drops down 2 places, and Megan Jastrab has moved up a place. So it's all change virtually, but what is the situation going to be once we cross the finish line in Kelso? 10.6 and 4 bonus seconds available at the finish line in the square. The 5 leaders go through 3 kilometres to go. What a stage it's been. Full of drama, full of chaos. It's been a thriller. We've seen lots of teams try and take it up at the front. We've got 5 riders who lead. You've got Ali Wollaston, Eleonora Gasparini, Caroline Swinkles, Kat Ferguson and Josie Nelson. Behind in this first chasing group is being led by Megan Jastrab, Rihanna Marcus and Anna Henderson. The leader in the general classification, Kristen Faulkner, the Olympic champion, is trying to salvage this time gap, but I'm afraid she's going to be waving goodbye to the green jersey.
So I don't want to make any predictions anymore, given how today,
certainly not.
Given how today's gone, and I think it's going to be more of the same tomorrow. Tomorrow's circuit has the chance to turn the race on its head again.
Here we go, big move on the left-hand side from UAE Team ADQ, and this time it's Caroline Swinkles, the Dutch woman. She's sitting up there in the general classification. Eleonora Gasparini, she can't follow. She set her teammate up well. 2 kilometres to go until they get to the finish line. And right away, Josie Nelson was able to follow Caroline Swinkles. Kat Ferguson on the drops, gets herself as low as possible. Ali Wollaston bides her time before making her way onto the wheel of Ferguson. They're going to have that sweeping turn. Caroline Swinkles needs to be careful of any counter-attacks now. Look at the way that Josie Nelson just freewheels and gets herself as low and as aerodynamic as possible. Try and gain as much free speed as possible. The rain starts to fall. They go over the bridge. They're going to have that left-hand turn when they pass. Look at the low clouds. The visibility is abysmal. The treacherous weather conditions arrive once again in the Scottish borders. There's 34 seconds their advantage, and 4 riders are going to go into Kelso and battle it out for the stage victory. What a finish. What a finale.
To what a stage as well. Like, they can't afford to sit up and start looking at each other as much as they'd like to, because 34 seconds is a lot. As long as this doesn't happen, because as soon as this happens and they start to have a discussion, if there's working behind, it will come back.
Into Kelso, 1,000 metres remain, through the Flamme Rouge, through the red kite. Gasparini is fighting her way back on to try and help Caroline Swinkles, and the rain is persistent. How can the Italian try and help Caroline Swinkles? Right now, UAE Team ADQ have got the advantage. They've got the upper hand. go straight past them. Is she going to attack and counter-attack, and who's going to be the first to respond? It's Kat Ferguson who goes for Movistar. She gets herself onto the wheel of Gasparini. Wollaston sits third wheel in the black jersey. Josie Nelson wants the wheel of Ferguson. She feels that that's the best wheel to try and follow. And after that big injection of pace, Caroline Swinkles is trying to fight with everything she's got left to try and get back onto the wheel here. She's a fast finisher herself. She's no stranger to the cobbles that we're going to feature here into the square into Kelso. But who's it going to be as they go through 500 metres to go? They take the sweeping left-hand bend. Gasparini in prime position right now. 300 metres remaining. It's Kat Ferguson who sits second wheel. Who's going to be the first to launch? Ferguson goes onto the cobbles. She's the one who makes the acceleration. She hooks the right-hand side of the road. Nelson's trying to get on terms. Wollaston hasn't got anything to try and respond. And look at that. A British 1-2, and Ferguson takes her first World Tour victory. Welcome to the World Tour, Kat Ferguson, and Movistar deliver a stage victory here in the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. The rain has poured, but Ferguson has delivered. Josie Nelson settles for second, Wollaston taking third. What a performance from the 19-year-old. Behind, they're battling it out for placings, trying to limit the losses in the general classification. Imogen Wolf crosses the line, Millie Cousins is there. What a day in a rain-soaked Scottish borders. This stage has thrown everything at these riders. They've put up and dealt with it. They've fought their way back on. It's been a brave, brave effort from this rider in particular. From mechanicals to bike changes to crashes. Her and her teammates at EF Education Oatley can be proud of the way they've ridden. It's not the way they wanted to leave stage 3. Kristen Faulkner's going to wave goodbye to that green jersey. Kat Ferguson may well be your new leader in the general classification now. 10 bonus seconds. What a stage. What a finale.
And that's repaid all of that hard work that Movistar team have done over the last 2 days as well. Kat Ferguson said that she was coming into this race believing that she could do something, knowing that it would be hard, but believing it was possible. And that belief has just been proved today with that incredible stage win. She read the race perfectly. She followed Cecilie Ludwig at the right time. She pushed on to make sure that that gap stayed open. She contributed to the work that was being done by that lead group of 6 and then 5. And then she launched her sprint at a perfect time. We knew she loved these weather conditions, so it seems fitting that she's taken a stage victory on such a hard day.
Faulkner can be proud of the way she's ridden. She's tried to salvage as much time deficit as possible. 24 hours ago, riding herself into the green jersey as the leader of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. She comes into the final 300 metres. They're going to get onto these cobbles, arrive into the square here in Kelso. Das Hutchinson trying to sprint for their placings. That looks like Tiffany Keep. Also in this group is Ella McLean-Howell, Roger Mackay, as well as Zoe Backstead. 3:17 in the end is the deficit. There's Chiara Consoni and Alice Towers. There's Zoe Backstead crossing the line. At the back of this group is Loretta Hansen, MVP of the day for Lidl Trek, and
oh, look at that! Look at what it means.
No wonder. What a performance! 19 years of age, and Kat Ferguson is now a UCI Women's World Tour stage winner. This was into the final few hundred metres, Hayley. Take us through this, because it's UAE Team ADQ on the front.
Yeah, so Eleanor Gasparini, having been slightly distanced, made it back, and in so doing actually nearly dropped her team leader Caroline Schwinkels, but she pulled off, and then Kat Ferguson opened her sprint at the perfect time. Josie Nelson was the one rider able to follow. She tried to come round, but the road just ran out ahead of her, and Kat Ferguson had the power to finish it off.
She went early, she got that acceleration, she got the speed. Wow. A British 1-2 on the penultimate stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain women. A great podium finish there for Josie Nelson in a World Tour race. She's won a pro race in the past, but at this kind of level, she stepped it up a notch.
And there's something so special at being able to win or be on the podium in a race in your own country in front of your home crowds. And you know, to have a British 1-2 on today's stage is incredible, and you could just tell from the emotion on Kat Ferguson's face what it means to her and what it will mean to the whole Movistar team, because they've worked so well together as a team unit, not just today, but over the previous 2 days. They clearly believed in Kat Ferguson. They believed that they could deliver her to a stage victory or a general classification podium, and that's what they've done.
A lot of hard work done by Floortje Mackay, Aude Bianic, Laura and Lucia Ruiz Perez, the two Spanish twins. 5 riders within the squad of Movistar here. Kat Ferguson believed in herself, the team believed in her. She came with hopes of trying to aim for at least a podium on a stage, but to win, surely this has exceeded all expectations.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, she was humble when she gave that interview saying that she knew it would be difficult, but having that self-belief, I think especially on such a tough day as today, where everyone's having problems in terms of mechanicals and crashes and things like that, being so mentally strong and having that self-belief that you can do it, you can overcome the conditions, and that you can still have an impact, that can actually be that factor that kind of puts the balance in your favor.
One of the riders from Movistar just crossing the line in that white jersey, and you can already see a right little smile, 6 minutes 30 in arrears, but the big ambition and the big plan was to go for a podium on a stage. Well, they've exceeded that, a stage victory. I tell you what, despite the weather conditions and the teeming rain,
people are out cheering.
Chapeau to all those who've come out. It's only a bit of rain.
Scottish hardy folk.
Aye, the music's going. There's a real good atmosphere there at the finish line. What do they say? When it rains, you're not made of sugar.
Oh, yeah. Paul today, I wasn't sure which expression you were going for then. It's a good job they're not made of sugar, but yeah, it's been we've had a bit of everything today, haven't we? We had light rain, heavy rain, little bits of sun, but the Scottish countryside is not so green and beautiful for no reason.
Kat Ferguson wins her first ever Women's World Tour stage. She wins ahead of British compatriot Josie Nelson, Ali Wollaston taking 3rd, Caroline Swinkels in 4th, with Eleonora Gasparini in 5th. Millie Cousins taking 6th at 38 seconds, Quincy Ton in 7th, Imogen Wolf in 8th, Charlotte Cole in 9th, with Marta Lack rounding out the top 10. 4 riders from Great Britain in the top 10. Fantastic display from our youngsters. When you take a look at Josie Nelson, only 23 years of age, Imogen Wolf and Kat Ferguson, 19 years of age, and then you've got Millie Cousins, who's 21 years of age. Well, the future is certainly bright.
Absolutely. The strength that we can see coming through in the British squad, just you know, it's so promising, and especially in a year where Lizzie Deignan, who we've spoken about at length today, is going to be retiring, and we spoke about how her experience and her kind of mentorship of some of the young riders has been incredible, and we can see just the effect that she has had on everyone, and how it's passing through and filtering through to the younger generation of British riders, and you know, I think we're going to see success within the British women for many years to come.
Well, this is how things unfolded earlier on this morning in Kelso in the square. The longest of the 4 stages here at the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. Race got underway at 11 o'clock local time on the cobbles. Plenty of fans came to wave off the riders for stage 3. The leader in the races, Kristen Faulkner in the green jersey. Other riders wearing a jersey was Anushka Costa in the blue jersey. You had Mara Roldan in the red jersey. Earlier on, it was yesterday's breakaway and most combative rider, Tiffany Keep, in the blue and green jersey of Das Hutchinson, who started to set things alight. And then we had this period, Hayley, where riders were waiting. They knew it was going to be such a hard, difficult stage, but this is where, well, we saw a little bit of a coming together from Tiffany Keep and one of the riders from Smurfit Westrock. That was Alex Morris. But it was at the first Queen of the Mountain here into Scott's View where the race really started to ignite.
Absolutely, and it was the riders from FDJ Suez that really kind of took the race on at this point. They injected some pace, and this was still very early on in the stage, but this shaped what was to come. And the race never came back together after this point because it was the start of all of the climbs.
The first of many problems on today's stage for Kristen Faulkner. Babette van der Wolf pushing her teammate back on, giving her her bike. A big chase for the Olympic champion and the leader of this race into the next climb of the day onto Dingleton. And it was Amber Crack who started to ignite things on this first categorised climb. Mara Roldan trying to get some points, but it was indeed Amber Crack who took the maximum points, 10 points for the Dutch woman of FDJ Suez. Over the top of the climb, down the descent, she was caught. It was Lizzie Dignan who bridged across. Little Trek, this was the first glance and glimpse that we got where they were racing so aggressively. There's a few frustrations from the former world champion and winner of this race. Several riders struggling with the undulations and the attritional nature of today's stage. But one thing's for certain, Lizzie Dignan didn't give up the team plan, the tactic. The jackets were on and off as well, as you see Grushki and Backstead put on the gilet.
Absolutely, it was close on, close off all day, wasn't it? And the riders from Little Trek continued to be aggressive and continued to ensure actually that after the race split, it never really properly came back together. Some riders did manage to make it back, some groups rejoined contact, and then the next climb would come and the aggression would come and it would all fall apart all over again.
Dominika Wlodaszek was the Polish champion who crested the top of Dunion Hill, taking maximum points. Anna Morris, the rider from Great Britain national team, had a big chase to try and bridge back to the group. Meanwhile, it was the European champion Lorena Wiebes who was having a good race so far. But for this rider, Kim LaCourte, she had a mechanical problem into Jedburgh. And meanwhile, Little Trek was still persistent. Tunji Beekhouse in the red jersey trying to follow the wheel of the former world champion. Groups were fragmented and scattered all over. Lauren Dixon having the ride of a lifetime. Needed a bike change. She had a rear wheel puncture at one of the most crucial moments of the stage. FDJ Suez were taking it up at the front of the day, at the front of the stage, and it was Mara Roldan, yesterday's stage winner, who sadly suffered a crash which led to a number of riders coming down, including the race leader, Barbara Gorishki, having to abandon the stage after that crash. We wish all of those affected in the crash all the very best and that their injuries aren't significant. Into the intermediate sprint into Kelso, it was FDJ Suez who were trying to set up the former national champion of New Zealand, Ali Wollaston. They did so successfully. She took the 3 bonus seconds ahead of Cap Ferguson. Meanwhile, this rider here, the rider from Czechia of Ceratizit Pro Cycling, this was Kristina Burlova, suffered a crash on the cobbles of Kelso.
It was problems aplenty at the back end of this stage, not just the crashes affecting the riders and shaping the race, but several riders also having mechanicals. And at inopportune moments, as they then approached the closing climbs of the day, there was more aggression yet again on these classified climbs as riders fought for the points.
Over the top of the penultimate queen of the mountain of the day, it was another crash, and Kristen Faulkner, the green jersey, was caught up once again, as was Nina Burton and Ruby Roseman Gannon. She got herself back underway, but then she needed a shoe change because the shoe had broken after that crash. Then she had to get herself back underway, courtesy of the help of Nina Burton. And into Dingleton, the final climb of the day, climbing out of Melrose. It was Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig of Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto who launched herself up that climb. Kat Ferguson was able to follow, and over the top of the climb, it was Ferguson who took the maximum points ahead of Ali Wollaston. That then catapulted 6 riders into the lead. They had a great advantage over the chasing group until Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig needed a bike change, but with no cars in the gap between the leaders, the leading 6 and the first chase group, she had to wait for neutral service, which meant she left the front group. She was surpassed by the first group and had to chase her way back on, leaving 5 riders, including Caroline Swinkles, Gasparini, Ferguson, Nelson and Wollaston, to battle it out for the stage victory. Inside the final 500 metres, it was Gasparini who was on the front, having been distanced after her teammate Caroline Swinkles attacked just moments before. 5 riders going across the River Tweed into the final and into the final few hundred metres onto the cobbles. It was Kat Ferguson who launched early out of the saddle, the 19-year-old British rider going for her first World Tour victory, succeeding into Kelso in the rainy conditions, and it was an emotional victory. First year as a pro, and already 4 pro victories, including a Women's World Tour victory. A British 1-2 on the stage, Josie Nelson taking second.
Because it means so much to these
Great
riders,
job from this rider, Lizzie Dignan. All day working tirelessly.
And it looks like potentially she's being rewarded potentially with a combativity prize. We'll just wait for some confirmation, but if it was the case, then she would certainly be deserving of that, as we've mentioned earlier on in the stage.
Well, it was down to public vote, wasn't it? So no doubt that Lizzie Dignan was the fan favourite. We'll wait for confirmation as to whether she is taking that most combative rider of the day. Well, what a day. One final stage to come, but this penultimate stage delivered. Those 5 riders, as we take a look, well, here we see the general classification. Kat Ferguson leads the general classification 3 seconds ahead of Ali Wollaston. Caroline Swinkles in 3rd at 12 seconds. Rhiannon Marcus drops down from 2nd to 4th place, now at 40 seconds. Megan Jastrab is in 5th at 52 seconds, along with Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig at 56 seconds. You've got Quinty Ton and Anna Henderson. Millie Cousins is in 9th at 59 seconds, with Amber Crack rounding out the top 10 at 1 minute and 5 seconds. 3 British riders in the top 10 of the general classification thus far. 4 riders from the Netherlands, as well as a Dane, a rider from the USA, and 1 rider from New Zealand. The bonus seconds are going to be all to play for tomorrow.
I was just about to say that tomorrow has the opportunity once again to shake things up, because the stage in Glasgow, we know how difficult that stage can actually be from having seen that circuit used on numerous occasions, and most notably in the World Championships in 2023. But there are 3 intermediate sprints tomorrow, as well as the finish. Each of the intermediate sprints carries bonus seconds. The finish carries bonus seconds. And at the moment, those top 3 riders are separated by a handful of seconds. And so I think we're going to see aggression, we're going to see team tactics, and actually the way that FDJ Suez were racing today, being aggressive, you know, lighting it up on those intermediate climbs, trying to cause splits. I think we'll see more of the same from them tomorrow as they try and move Ali Wollaston into a race-winning position, because we know she has the speed to take those intermediate sprints, to take the bonus seconds. So the question is going to be, what firepower do the different teams have? How do the teams employ their resources, and how do they best set up their race leaders to try and take as many seconds as possible?
Certainly is 19 bonus seconds in total if you were to sweep up all of those bonus seconds on tomorrow's stage. But first of all, a rider who picked up bonus seconds, she picked up her first World Tour victory today. Kat Ferguson, the British rider from Movistar. Let's hear from her.
Kat, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, so over the moon. I think this was one of the races I was most excited to do this season, and I really wanted to come here in good form and show Britain, how good I can be, and I think I proved that today.
I think seeing at the end, they were a bit emotional at the end.
Yeah, really emotional, and even now talking about it, and I mean, it's so lovely to have my family here, and it really is a team win. The team really supported me, and I feel, so lucky to have them.
Tough day out there, conditions, few accidents. Talk me through your day.
Yeah, really tough conditions and lots of crashes and misfortune, unfortunately. But yeah, I was lucky to get in the winning move, and we worked well together as a group. And then I just knew if I positioned myself well into that final corner, I could probably win the sprint.
Talk me through that final sprint to drag from that corner on the way out.
Yeah, so I wanted to come in second position, and it was quite useful that we'd done it as well before in the intermediate sprint, where I came in a bit too far behind, so I knew it was better to be second wheel and then go launch first, because on the cobbles, if you lose some momentum, it's hard to build it back up. So yeah, I didn't look back and I just kept going.
Yeah, stage win, young rider now, obviously a GC 3-second buffer there. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, a little bit nervous, to be honest. Now it's going to be a rough night's sleep. I think I really want to hold on to it. It's a position that I didn't think I would be in. So yeah, I think we have to look and make a good plan to hold on to it for tomorrow.
So you were the chaser, but they're all chasing you tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes around the streets of Glasgow. I've raced there before. But yeah, as I said, we've got really, really nice and strong and motivated team. So yeah, we'll do our best to defend it.
Congratulations, enjoy tonight.
Thank you very much.
Time to start planning for Movistar of how they're going to defend this Lloyds green jersey for Kat Ferguson. Think back to 2 years ago in Glasgow when they hosted the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships. Kat Ferguson, well, she said she knows the roads well, she knows Glasgow well. She finished second there, silver medal in the Junior World Road Race Championships behind the Frenchwoman Julie Bago. She's got some good memories from that World Championships. Can she equally top that tomorrow?
I mean, she has the talent to do it. Movistar have shown so far that, they've raced intelligently, and they've been fully committed to her, and I'm sure that they will do exactly the same tomorrow. And it's going to be, I think it'll come down to a number of things. I think it'll come down to what firepower do each of the teams have left after what's been 3 very hard stages. There's going to be a lot of fatigue, and everything could change again tomorrow. What's the weather going to do as well?
One thing for tomorrow, again, it's a short, very intense, punchy stage. 82.2 kilometers of racing, 577 meters of elevation. But you're on those laps where there's very little time for any respite or recovery. And so when you take a look at the circuit, you've got, 10 corners? If you're sprinting out of each corner, you're doing that for 80 kilometers. That takes its toll. It's
going to be full gas all day, isn't it? It's going to be super exciting. But as you mentioned, the way the circuit is means as well that any problems that arise, it's very, very difficult for the cars to help and riders to get back on terms.
This is the final kilometre of the 5 leaders. Eleonora Gasparini, number 13, getting herself back on after Caroline Swinkles. You get the sense for UAE Team ADQ, they were in such a strong position. They had 2 riders. Did they use the riders to the best use? When you assess this situation now and the outcome of the race?
you know, I think that they did a really good job of working well as part of the lead group to make sure that that group stayed away and held its advantage, because, you know, arguably them having 2 riders put more of the onus on them to contribute. I think everyone was fully committed, but it's really important for the way that the standings are now that you know, the group did stay away, and there's, you know, a 38-second gap between Kat Ferguson and the first rider who was in that chasing group. So so I think they did employ their strength well, but arguably, again, if you have 2 riders from the same team in a small breakaway, you almost want to see one of them win, but I don't think either of them could have done anything against Kat Ferguson on the finish today.
The experience of Kat Ferguson already. A World Tour victory. She comes to the podium, she's awarded with the flowers. She's got a nice glass of sparkling wine to enjoy as well from Night Timber. What a victory from Kat Ferguson. The way that she eloquently handles herself, and she was saying, look, I knew I wanted to be second wheel coming into that final. Lizzie Deignan also comes to the podium. She is awarded the most combative rider of today's stage. She's awarded a very nice hamper indeed for her efforts today on the stage. And of course, the British fans will be enjoying and loving seeing Lizzie Deignan race one last time on British soil. Of course, the most combative rider voted for by you, the fans. There's still a really great atmosphere there at the finish line. We wait for our next jersey to be awarded. A nice hamper of, no doubt, shortbread, jams, chutneys. Kat Ferguson is now the new leader in the red points classification after that stage victory and picking up 25 points in that classification to add to the haul that she's had over the last couple of days already. And of course, she picked up 9 points in that intermediate sprint today in Kelso. Kat Ferguson takes the red jersey, she takes a hamper.
How's she throwing? Okay, who wants a jersey? She's going to do her best.
Oh, one lucky fan is going to get a jersey courtesy of Kat Ferguson.
Give it some beans, come on.
Good job, you're good on 2 wheels, Kat.
She chose the right sport there, didn't she?
That's nice for the fans who have braved the rainy conditions, that we're in a chance of winning a jersey from Kat Ferguson. The next jersey that we'll be awarding is the Best Young Rider classification. And of course, Kat Ferguson has been occupying that white jersey over the last 2 stages. She's going to come to the podium as we see our dignitary with the trophy. The best young rider here and remains in the white jersey as the leader is Kat Ferguson, our stage winner. Only 19 years of age, this jersey for riders 22 and under. She's going to need a bigger wardrobe.
It's been the case several times this week, hasn't it?
It has actually, every day.
Every day, riders have managed to take home multiple jerseys. So I think Kat Ferguson's going to have to plan for that for the future as well. I think she's got a lot more jerseys in her future. So she'll need an extension on the house just for all the trophies and some wall space to hang the jerseys up.
Of the Lloyds Tour of Britain women going into the final stage.
And we award the next green jersey. The new leader in the Lloyds Tour of Britain women is, of course, our stage winner. It's British rider. Look at her, she's enjoying that already. Kat Ferguson is now the leader of the Lloyds Tour of Britain women. 1 stage remains between her and winning this general classification. A big task at hand. Movistar and Kat Ferguson are ready and waiting to fight. Hear the cheers behind.
Yeah,
the British fans are delighted to have a British winner a British leader.
They've got someone, you know, new to cheer for. This almost feels like a handing over of the reins. You know what I mean? Like, we've had Lizzie Deignan on the podium as the most combative, and she's handing it over to Kat Ferguson, you know, the new kind of British, or one of the new British females to cheer for that, you know, I'm sure we'll see in rainbow jerseys later on in her career. And, you know, you've got Josie Nelson, you've got Millie Cousins, you've got Imogen Wolf, all of them young riders, 4 of them in the top 10 of the stage classification. And this is the future of British racing, and there's almost something poetic about Lizzie Deignan bowing out and handing it over to these riders.
Got goosebumps, got shivers, it certainly is. Kat Ferguson, the 19-year-old, the handing over of the baton from Lizzie Deignan to Kat Ferguson. The future's certainly bright for British talent, and this is how the general classification looks like with one final stage remaining. We're heading to Glasgow tomorrow. One final stage, the first time that we'll be visiting Glasgow for the Lloyds Tour of Britain women, and, well, 82 kilometres remain around the city streets of Glasgow tomorrow. Kat Ferguson leads ahead of Ali Wollaston. It's all to play for, it's all to fight for. She takes her first World Tour victory today. It's been an incredible stage today, exciting, with a lot of drama and chaos. The jersey changed shoulders from Kristen Fortner to Kat Ferguson. Make sure you join myself, Hannah Walker and Hayley Simmons tomorrow. One final day to wrap up the Lloyds Tour of Britain women tomorrow. Make sure you join us. Thanks for joining along today, at least. Bye for now.